Hello? Okay. Ooh. Uh, Hello everybody. Raku, everybody. Yeah, Shady, about the spoiler talk, uh, I, I consider only the monsters they didn't show in trailers spoilers, so, I mean, I probably won't even get to them tonight, because I'll be talking about, like, all of the new monsters first. Uh, But if I do end up referring to them, I'll end up asking if you want me to talk about them. And even if I do talk about them, I will strictly only call them by code names and what they were inspired by. And I will not refer to anything about their fights themselves. And I just realized I was muted on that, so that wasn't moving. Okay, so I'm gonna be honest. I took way too much time preparing. Like, oh, that was some major performance drop right there for some reason, huh? Um, I took way too much time preparing pictures for this. Like everything that was oh, I just realized my timer is there. Um Sorry, my brain's a little bit. Ooh. Okay. Um I was preparing too much material for this talk because I take uh just mythology and monster designs way too seriously. And I still didn't even get it all done. So, and I'm not exactly sure what format to do this in. Also, hello, Keresanya. I did not say hello to you yet. Um, I'm not sure if I should just drag the pictures onto here and talk about it, or if I should do like a little thing in paint.net where I drag the pictures into there and then like type the names and everything. Uh, I'm not exactly sure what format, like which of the two I should do. Um, but I mean, I guess a side by side comparison. Yeah, I'll do a side by side comparison. Oh, hey, Strategos. I'm sorry, I'm very bad at pronouncing things. But yeah, I'm planning on doing a side by side comparison either way. Uh, and Um, yeah, I guess I'll do it in paint.net. I'll drag the images in, and then I'll have like the name of the monster on top of one side and the name of the inspiration on the other side. Yeah, so I can put arrows. Okay. I'll get that ready then. Also, hello, Strategos. I just, uh, wait, how do I say this? I, my words are difficult. I was watching your stream basically. Yeah. Your music choice is really good. Okay. Let's see. Do I need any of this other stuff? Thanks, fam. Nah, thank you for good music, man. Um, okay. So, first of all, let me get all the paint stuff ready first before actually putting it on screen. If you would Uh-oh. If you would be patient with me, I would very much appreciate it. Please and thank you. Um Also just to get myself in the zone. Oh, um one thing I will be doing is that because it's another game that's very heavily inspired by Japanese mythology and uses a lot of yokai for its enemy designs. I will be comparing a lot of the Monster Hunter Rise monster designs to enemies in Okami because there's a fairly sizable overlap between the yokai they use for inspiration. Um, I need to resize canvas. Now, what would be a good size? This? Okay, let me make it a little bit wider. That looks about right. Okay. Toki then, I actually, despite it being a Monster Hunter clone, I actually only played a very, very tiny bit of Tokiden. I'm gonna be completely honest, I don't really enjoy the um I the gameplay of that team, of like the Musou team. I think it's a tiny bit too hack and slashy and stuff. I don't I know it's weird cuz it's like oh, who doesn't like smoother combat? Who doesn't like faster paced things? But I I kind of like oh, what is it called? Monster Hunter. This is the entire thing I'm talking about. Words escape my mind sometimes. I'm sorry. Um, but I enjoy it because it's on the slower side and like very a little bit less so nowadays, but like kind of calculated in what you have to do. Once you start movement, you're like committed to it, which is a little bit um well, what's the word when you say one thing but don't do it? Contradictory? No. Um, it's a noun. I want to say it starts with a P or an S. You're a hypocrite. It's a little hypocritical to say, "Oh, I like it cuz you're locked into your animations," when I play Sword and Shield where you can roll out of anything in your combo. Yeah, God Eater. I really don't enjoy God Eater. That's one that I really don't enjoy. Um, okay, looks like this aspect ratio is going to be good. So I will um add that as a capture source. Uh, paint net. Ooh, that's a little large. Tiny bit. Tiny bit large. Ever so slightly. Um, maybe something like this. Uh, that should be fine, I guess. Wait, I need to not have it snap. Okay. That looks good. Oh, and the order that I will be going in of what monsters that I talk about tonight, I will be going in roughly the order that you meet them throughout the game, and it's the order that they appear in the bestiary in the hunter's log. Excuse me, I need water. Okay, so I can just do this, correct? Oh, whoops, whoops. Okay, good. It's not showing that. I really should have checked that first in studio mode to be like, oh man, will this show all of my files. I really should have done that first, but I'm really lucky that didn't. Oh, I gotta click it again. Oh no. Okay, all right. Uh, uh, okay. I didn't even save that image. Are you kidding me? Okay, whatever. I don't need images too much for this. Okay. First thing I will be talking about is the Great Azuchi, which, raw dog. It's okay. Scuff is fine. I spent too much time preparing. I I actually went into the game to take pictures with the in-game camera of the monsters too, and I took pictures of like all the equipment. Like it's, I took, I prepared for this a little too much, but in the wrong ways. So wait, I am also going to listen to one specific song. I was really thorough in strange ways. Um, I need to. What is it? Well, I don't need to. I'm gonna do this just for a little bit of flavor for myself. I am going to listen to one of the boss tracks of the game as I do the stream. And if you want to know, the the boss theme is for the monster that is inspired by Fujin, the god of winds. Um, and I will make sure. Yes, my mic is the only thing. Okay, so Monster Hunter journalist. Um, all of the pictures that I show of the monsters tonight are either taken from me, like screenshots through in-game things, or through or it's concept art from the official Monster Hunter English Twitter. Um but first, I still need to have the pictures of um wait a second. Did I get finished sorting all of that out? No. Okay. I need pictures of Spider-Man. No. I'm sorry. It just came to me because I need pictures now. Um, of the original yokai because I have some pictures of them, but I don't have pictures of the original yokai for all of them. So the let me make sure first. Do I? I do not. Or do I? No, I do not. Um, ciotto a minuto. And I will be doing my best to not read from like wikis and stuff. So it's like everyone can do that on their own, really. Um uh wait, Shady, wait, why do you say hi? Is it cuz I went like the I need pictures of Spider-Man. I forget why. I already uh, I I I I talk too fast. My brain goes too fast. I just go through things too quickly. Um but let me sort this a tiny bit. So, actually, let me do a clear separating line for uh, the original and the monster, which this, I don't see a color. Um, Oh, the choto. Oh, sorry. Yeah, again, I talk too fast. I can't even, like, I don't even realize what I'm saying. It doesn't register in my mind. I don't know if it's like this for other people, but I find that if I take too long, if I think too hard about what I say myself, oh, that's why it's not doing it. It's because that is selected. That's why. Um, if I think too hard about what I'm gonna say, it's very hard for me to actually say it because then I end up stumbling over my words a lot. Oh no, that's attached to the background now. Okay, I guess I have to do that on a separate layer then. Blame chat delay. Oh, you're the same way? Okay. Good to know I'm not alone in this. Okay, so, what is in layer 2? Oh, it's because this is added as its own thing. Okay, so, Great Azuchi. Let me try not to squeeze him too hard. Great Azuchi is based off of a Kamaitachi. So let me write all of that in these layers. Let's not do Calibri font. I don't know why it defaults to that. That's kind of weird. Um, what font should I use? Arial? Classic Arial. Oh, chat delay. um, okay, is this font big enough? Gamai Itachi. I think it's technically Gamma Itachi because Gamma like a blade or a sickle. And then Itachi like I guess weasel. Oh wait, I put it on the wrong side. Okay, whatever. That's fine. Gamma Itachi. And then over here is Great Izuchi. Let's see. Most well-known yokai. Yes, this is strangely popular as a yokai design. Like, I'm not exactly sure why, but it is fairly popular. Um, let me grab some more of the pictures. Layers, import from file. Now, where is it? So here is a Kamaitachi. Kamaitachi. I have a bad habit of saying Kamaitachi because I'm used to it being squished and the words not being separate. Which maybe, I'm not exactly sure which one is the proper way to say it. And let me fetch uh, the Kamaitachi enemy from Okami. It's a little hard because the Okami wiki is a little strange with how it orders enemies. And it's been a long while since I last played Okami. I think the last time I played and beat it was when the first PS3 HD re-release came out. And that, ooh, I'm really not sure exactly when that was. Probably something like 2013, around that time maybe. So it's been a good better part of a decade since I've last played Okami, so I don't remember the names for like any of these enemies. I should probably just look up Kamaitachi Okami. That should probably show up, right? Ah, yes, yes. They're called Poltergeist. Okay. They are called Poltergeist in Okami. Oh, pain. Oh, it's okay. We're all getting old, and that's okay. That's what I like to tell myself. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. So this is the poltergeist. They is what they called it in English in Okami. Localized name, yes. Um, in Japanese, it's probably just straight up kamaitachi. Um, yes, it is just straight up called kamaitachi in Japanese. Oh, Mabase, you just got off Rise. Oh my, I too much Rise for me. I'm I say that, but it's fine. Wait, I need to wait. What's this layer for? Wait, what are these layers for? Wait. Oh, okay. This layer is the line. This layer is the words. Okay. So don't mess with those layers. Okay. Yeah, I've spent wait, let me wait. Let me check really quick how many hours I have on Rise. Um I cuz I felt like I spent so long playing Rise and I like the new monster design so much and that comes together with my interest and love for yokai and just mythological creatures, daemons, like whatever you like to call them in general. Uh, so I thought I should do a stream about it. Like, might as well since I played so much Rise already. Um, over 165 hours already in Rise. Favorite of the batch so far? Oh, the only things I'm counting as spoilers, for tonight are the enemies that were not shown in trailers. And those aren't my favorites. And I'm going through these enemies in the order that they appear in the uh, hunter's log. And that's around the same order that you fight them in. So they won't be until the very end. And if we do get there, I will be asking if it's okay for me to talk about them. But even if I do talk about them, I will not refer to them as their actual names. I will refer to them as Fujin and Raijin because those are their inspirations, and I won't talk about their fights at all. Sorry, I'm okay. You know what? Just throw the switch on the bed. I'm not gonna finagle it back into the dock right now. Okay. Um. Okay, my favorite of the batch so far. Uh, I think my two favorites would well, they're favorites in different ways. Um, I'm very partial to Rachna Kadaki just because I really love spider designs, and I really think there just needs to be more bugs and spiders in Monster Hunter. Like, I want them to bring the crabs back. I want them to bring in that scorpion enemy from Frontier. Like, there's. I want them to use more unconventional skeletons. Um, and also partially because it invokes a lot of nostalgia that I have from Okami because of the wait, minor Okami spoilers. Even though the game is like 15 years old now, um, invokes a lot of nostalgia because of the Spider Queen boss fight, and then the like later imitation boss fights of bandit spiders. Yeah, not nearly enough bugs. They, like I'm kind of sad that they introduced Rachna Kadaki but didn't bring back um I'm very bad with names. But you know the spider that puts you to sleep and then it gets its giant claws out of its mouth and then like claps you. Um, but it kind of makes sense that they wouldn't, because I kind of feel like if they have that monster, they have to add Gypceros since it feeds on Gypceros and wears Gypceros hide. Um, but I really do. They bring back Gypceros either in G rank updates or the next main game. Uh, Mostly because I want to see people get like bodied by the fake death. Um, but uh oh yeah, Rachna Kadaki. Yeah, Rachna Kadaki is one of my favorites just because of the visual design and uh, a lot of nostalgia from the spider bosses in Okami. My other favorite is Bishiten. Oops. Oh, I bumped it even more trying to say like trying to fix it. Um, but my other favorite is Bishiten, which is based off of a Tengu, or a lot of people know them as like the Crow people, uh, because he it really does feel like you're fighting a monkey. Like he does dumb stuff. He like styles on you. He throws stuff at you. Like he shows decent intelligence. Like it really does feel like you're fighting just a straight up monkey, and not like in Rajang or Blaganga kind of way where those don't feel like you're fighting a monkey. Those feel like you're trying to run away from an angry gorilla. You know, those things just rush you and like clothesline you and just try to beat the life out of you. Um, but Bishaten feels like a playful, intelligent monkey, you know, and I just think I just think it's a very cool and well designed monster. Um uh okay, yes, I should go back to talking more about Izuchi and Kamaitachi. Okay, so should I type the little things about Kamaitachi? Also, I should probably rename these layers. Um Line explanation. Okay. Um okay. Let me write out a little thing about Kamaitachi. Um this will be tiny bit smaller. So literally translated is sickle weasel, which I should put that in quotes. So they travel. Oh, because it's under that. Uh Meh. I'll move it down. Travels in packs of 3. Um, they obviously wield sickles. They're known as razor winds, kind of. Uh, so there's they're said to mess with travelers. I don't know if mess with is the proper way to say it, but they one what is it? I think this is how they explained it in Okami. One cuts you, one applies. Oh wait, that doesn't text wrap. One applies medicine, and the last bandages you. So fast that you only feel a chill where you were cut. I think that's about the gist of it. Uh, they use it to both explain like razor winds and that like chilling feeling you get sometimes. Great Azuchi also travels in packs of three. Oh, hello, Tameru. Tameru. No, Tamero. Tamero. With IFLT emotes. Yes. Great Azuchi also travels in packs of threes. I downloaded. I think Great Azuchi I might have the most pictures for. Uh, Bishaten I also have a sizable amount. And wow, there's so much art of Great Azuchi. So, I don't think there is art of Great Azuchi with its herd, or at least concept art. So that is a good thing that I took pictures in game. Good thing I came prepared. So as you can see, Grizuchi travels in packs of threes with the lesser Izuchi. That's kind of its whole thing. It always travels in threes. Um, which nope, that's not the one. Which one am I trying to move? This one. Okay. Um, so they always travel in packs of threes. The lesser Izuchi, uh, always copied the moves of the great Izuchi. So in gameplay, this translates to even if you dodge the attack of the great Izuchi, the smaller Izuchi may knock you away and do damage, or knock you off your feet. So this is one of the like starter weak monsters. Like uh in the more recent games, they're the greats. In the older games, they are dromes. Uh, this is one of the, I think, the only one where the great actually fights together with the lesser ones as a pack. Usually, the other greats or dromes will just fight as the lesser ones fight at the same time. They don't really coordinate as a unit. Uh, yeah, they do a surprising amount of damage to you. Uh, Anya, what do you mean the reasoning behind it? The reasoning behind them hunting in packs of three? In universe, I'm not exactly sure. They just say that the two most skilled members are granted the privilege of hunting alongside the pack head. Um, because I think those two are the ones uh who will like one day succeed the leader and also become a great Azuchi. Um, out like meta reasoning is obviously because it's based off of Kamaitachi. So the three sickle weasels. Um, let me pull some more arts to show where on them the sickle is. Um, let me try to find which picture is exactly the best. Um, I mean, you can see it in that icon there. However, I mean, it might be hard to see that it is a razor, or like a sharp tail, rather. But, oh, I'm looking through my pictures, I'm sorry. Um, uh-oh, I accidentally closed that. Whoops, sorry, wait, I need to, open that back up again. Yes, that looks fine. They have these scythe-like tails. Well, scythe-like things at the end of their tails? So those are like the razors that they have. Um, maybe I should collapse these a tiny bit more? Let me see how visible it is. Um, eh, it should be fine. I'll just place this over here then. Or like this. So their tails are shaped like razors, so that's the, or sickles rather. So, three of them travel together in packs with sickle tails. And actually, there's another thing of them having three. So each of them have three sickles on their body. So each of their claws are also sickle shaped. Here. So you can see, I think the middle claw. It looks like the middle claw is also very much elongated. So each Izuchi has three razors on it, and they also travel in packs of three. Can I move this behind? Yes, I can. Um, let's see. So I think that's it for the visuals. Uh, yeah, that should be about it for the visuals. Maybe I should show off some of the concept art more. That'll probably show off, how sharp, well, convey the feeling of how sharp these parts are supposed to be better. Um, so, oh wow, that's big. That's very big. Um, so this also shows, a razor tail, the razors on the claws. Something like that there. I guess should be fine. Um, well, what else am I thinking? I think that should be fine for the visuals of the actual monsters. Um, hmm. Should I go over? Okay, I'll just go over. Let me think. Um, oh, okay, yes. I will bring in the descriptions from the hunter's log to show off that, yes, they just hunt in threes. That's it. Oh yeah, this is the in-universe reason for why they hunt in packs of three. You? Did something happen, Strategos? Um, I don't think I need this. Well, razor sharp tail attacks. So there's a lot of references to razor and gales or wind in the thing. Quite good with outlining this. Oh, thank you. I'm going completely like improv. The only things I've prepared are the pictures. Everything else is completely like uh, just done in the moment. Oh, what? Probably just need to delete the entire layer. Yes? There it is. Okay. Cool food. Really? I. Well, thank you. I don't know how to feel about that because I feel like I'm just talking about these things. I because I assure you, I have not properly prepared these things. Um, yes, I'll move this a little bit higher so that I can move this higher too. Um, okay, so those are all the characteristics of the Izuchi itself and its pack. Which, why can I not deselect this? Okay, there it is. not enough people talk about the mannerisms and characteristics. Oh, that's that's I really that's one thing really love. I think that's the thing I love the most about Monster Hunter. Like the effort the monster designers put into the monsters actually feeling like real living things and not just like video game enemies that you just fight and kill and then that's it, you know? Since you're gonna be like grinding this game so much, fighting these monsters over and over, they they really want you to go like, yeah, these are things that live in their own ecosystem. These are animals basically. They're living things. Uh, I I just love that because even if everything else is ridiculous, with things like Dragonators and the splitting wyvern shot, like even even though the series has ridiculous things like lightning unicorns and uh just a giant straight up dragon that can control like lightning itself. Uh it still gives you a sense of realism and helps immerse you because these things feel like actual animals. Yeah, you really do feel like you're hunting them because you spend so long just learning them. Because every fight just it takes a while, you know. It's not like the typical game where regular enemies you just beat it within a minute, even like if that, most of the time, you know. Excuse me. Like one detail that I love about Great Azuchi is that the lesser Azuchi don't exactly have the fighting instincts themselves, so they don't act independently. They only copy what the Great Azuchi does because they're learning from it. So even if you do things like knock out the Great Azuchi or make it spin out when it does its tail slam move, the lesser Azuchi will copy that, and even though they did not get hit, they will still spin out because they're imitating the Great Azuchi. Like it's so good. You know it's in the demo, I know, right? It's so good. Yes, it's very cute. Um okay, what else? I guess I'll bring in a little bit of the weapon descriptions and maybe this one item description. Just yeah, there's a lot of wind and razor uh talk with Azuchi items and Azuchi equipment. So honed by the wind to be razor sharp, obviously, referring back to Kamaitachi even more. A lot of the item descriptions get like very, very on the nose about the yokai inspiration. Um, which I mean I like because I love mythological creatures and stuff so much. Uh, that I do like that most of these monsters go really, really hard and very much lean in on their inspirations. Some a couple they pretty much only use the visuals, but eh, they can't be super all in every time. Um, let me see. Which weapons should I show off? A lot of them are just more, oh, the wind. They just talk about things being as swift as the wind, tearing up, destroying things fierce as the wind, whirlwind, gale force. Keep on saying things like that. Um, however, I will show all of the weapons that have exactly 3 blades on it, which is uh one, two, three, four, 4 out of 7 of the weapons, which I'm not even counting the lance, even though it does have a very accurate representation of a of Kamaitachi. So I guess I'll show that first. So here's the lance, and a gale force, wind, blah blah blah. But you can see the shield does actually have a swirling pattern of the razors, which is very, very similar to how the Kamaitachi are shown in Okami, which I think I thought that was neat because I assume that there are other depictions that show it like that. I'm not exactly sure though, but I want to show off this lance because of how the shield looks. Oh, I keep forgetting. I have to completely delete that layer. Um, Next I'll show. I guess longsword. Is this longsword or greatsword? It's a greatsword. Okay. This, even though it's giant, you see it has especially those 3 blades on it. Uh, and even things like the hammer and the sword and shield, where it doesn't exactly look like it has that many blades on it. Uh, it has the blades layered side by side. Which I will show in. Let me find the screenshot real quick. This screenshot that I took in the training area. You'll see that the sword for the Izuchi sword and shield does have 3 of the razors, the talons next to each other. Or tails? Yes, tails. So, with Great Izuchi weapons, it looks like they did try their best to have all of the weapons that they could have 3 of them. And, I don't know if I showed it, because I didn't notice it, which, no, I didn't. But here it is in the hammer. Uh, a lot of the final upgrades, or one of the upgrades for these weapons, actually take 3 tails to make. So I think that's funny too, because you need 3 of the tails because it has 3 blades on it. Which I will show the hammer too. This is the hammer. Yeah, they really went all in on Great Azuchi. Like they went in hard on it, which I guess does make sense because it's the first large monster that you fight. So you want to have a very good impression. You want to put a good amount of depth into it. Is there anything else I should show? Oh, even the bowgun has 3 talons on it, 3 blades on it. Even though it's like completely useless because it's just a barrel, but you know. Um, Let me see. Reminds you of Safi. You mean Safi Jiva from Iceborne? Or you can bash with it. Let me try to. Oh, the Safi Jiva light bowgun, yes. So here's an armor description. A lot of the armor and weapon descriptions just, say things like a wind, a gust, a storm. So with the weapon descriptions, they do work in the wind element motif, the something, that they weren't able to with the monster itself, that the Kamaitachi has. So that's their way of working in the wind element because they weren't able to fit it into the monster itself. Um, hmm. The dog and cat weapons, I don't think they have three. No, they don't have three blades, sadly. Tiny bit disappointing. Um, I'm wondering if I should save these. These like pages, panels. I'm not exactly sure what to call it. Um, should I extend this, expand it? Can I? I can, kind of. Tiny bit awkward to do. A little bit jank. Um, you know what? I'll save it. And then I will delete. I forget how you select multiple things in PaintNet. I guess I can't do it with layers. Hmm. That's fine. Okay, so the next monster is Aknosam, which is a Kasa Obake, or an umbrella ghost spirit. Which I really love how they did this one too. Let me write it down first. Um, that's a bit too big. I think I did 48. Yeah, that looks about right. Aknosam. And Kasa Obake. So Kasa Obake is a special type of yokai known as a. I can never remember how this is like said completely. Um, I'm gonna try to say it from memory. Tsukumogami, I think. Tsukumogami. I actually said it right. Wow. Okay. So Tsukumogami are yokai that gain spirits by living for 100 years. Um, and they're usually born from inanimate objects that are used by humans a lot, because the idea is that they've been either taken care of or abused for so long that they kind of leech off the emotions of the humans that use or abuse them, and gain souls for themselves. So a kasa obake is a just just an umbrella that gained a soul, pretty much. Um, let me pull up the pictures for these. So this is one rendition, one picture, one rendition. A little bit scarier. Uh, this is particularly a. Wait, let me try to crop out just the. Uh, whoops. I forget how to uh. Wait, is this how? Ah, okay. Oh, okay. I remember how now. I remember how now. And I just paste that by itself. You guys like this one? Uh, yeah, this one is pretty popular too. I feel like because it has a very simple design, it's just an umbrella with an eye, pretty much. I feel like that's why it might be used a lot in Japanese media. So, the one on the right would typically be a kasobake that is mistreated or misused. Um, uh, and so it becomes tattered, and when it gains a soul, it tries to cause conflict with humans more. Uh, Typically, how a Tsukumogami is treated will affect how they act and what they look like when they become a yokai. Um, Actually, let me grab. I know there's a Toho character that's this, but I don't remember her name. She has heterochromia with blue hair, and of course, she has an umbrella. Uh, uh, Kogasa Tatara. Kogasa Tatara. Okay, that's her name. Uh, Kogasa Tatara. Let me try to pull out one of the official art of her. So Kogasa Tatara is uh yeah, the same type of yokai that this is. Obviously stylized a little bit better. I mean a little bit more so that she has an excuse to be a cute anime girl in Toho, you know? But you can see obviously the umbrella is just straight up a Kaso Obake. Um which, you know what? Let me make some room. Let me make some room up here for her. Moification. Ah, it's the thing Japan does best. Ah, a an old yokai of uh-oh. I cut her shoes off. An old yokai? You know, a literal just umbrella? Huh. Maybe I can make a waifu out of this one. Just maybe. Oh, she's getting cut off more and more because I drag her around. Ah. Uh, but she'll be fine up here. Let me, uh, hmm. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, so let me write type of Tsukumogami. Uh in objects oh wait, I'm writing this with big oh also I did this so that it covers the Kasa Obake. The word Kasa Obake. Okay. Um type of Tsukumogami. Uh Objects that wait, I did it again. I didn't change the font size. uh um is this font size big enough to see? Probably not. Type of I don't need to capitalize that. Tsukumogami. Object that gains a soul after 100 years. Obviously just an umbrella. One eye and one leg. That's pretty much it. This doesn't have any like super deep origins or anything about it. Not a ton of reasoning or anything behind it. Oh yeah, typically shown typically depicted with a long tongue. A long outstretched tongue. Okay. And I think they do actually show pretty much all of this with Aknosom, which let me resize this back a little bit. Okay. Um, so Aknosom, which I think at least the Western name Aknosom actually does have Western roots, because maybe? Because Aknosom does not sound Japanese at all. And Acno probably is like uh, acne, maybe, for fire? I'm not exactly sure. But it's very easy to see in the Hunter's Notes art that the crest on its head is supposed to look like an eye. Um, I really, really love this one because it makes perfect sense to make an umbrella a bird. Uh, not only because of the standing on one leg thing, which things like Pokemon already do with Hoot Hoot, I think. But also because of those fishing herons that will close their wings around their head to make a spot of shade, and they hunt fish. So they do that in the water, and then fish will think they're taking shelter under a tree, and then that's when they just eat the easy fish that swim right under them. Um, I guess I will put this picture in first. So this is concept art from the official Monster Hunter Twitter. So you can see that obviously the outline and the way the feathers are shaped make it look like an umbrella, and the crest on its head looks like an eye. Um, yeah, they made it so it only stands on one leg, which isn't like that's decently common for birds to do, for taller birds at least. Things like flamingos, they're usually birds that I guess are water based. That's why they have very long legs so that they can wade through the water. Um, I guess maybe fisher type of birds would be a good way to describe them. Um, let's see. What else shows off the umbrella silhouette well? Let me see. Oh, and actually, one one very interesting thing that I do really like is that they translate it being an umbrella into gameplay, which sounds like nonsense, but they do. Like they figured out a way to. So this is more concept art from the Twitter. Uh Head on, like frontal shot. I'll just cut this off so that only the head is left. And yeah. Then let me move this behind this layer. Or not, because that's not clear. Because nothing can be a PNG on Twitter, apparently. Let me just shrink this down a good amount. I'll cut that off first, and then shrink it down. So you can see the eye crest a lot more clearly with that concept art. Um, I I took pictures. It's a little bit strange to show with pictures because it's not a video, of course. But this is the pose it makes before doing the move um that translates it being an umbrella into gameplay. And what it is that it winds up this very wide sweeping move with its wings, but because of the way it attacks, if you are right next to its feet, you do not get attacked by the wings because it sweeps with them at a downwards angle. But it starts from high enough that if you're right next to its feet when it does the attack, it completely misses you. So, just like an umbrella, if you stand right under it, you'll be fine. Which, uh, when I first found that out, I was like, oh, that's like so dumb, but so cool that they somehow work that in. Uh, it's how do you work being an umbrella into gameplay? Like, come on, like, it's just crazy. Um, uh, there's not too much else to show off because it's just an umbrella. There's not that much to go off of. Um, they actually do reference in the in-game thing that its crest is umbrella shaped. Um, which can I shrink this to be? That's probably a little too small. Lectures from a veteran hunter. I mean, it. Oh wait, should I put a disclaimer? A disclaimer that no monsters were harmed in the making of this, because that would be a huge lie. That would be the biggest lie I've ever told in my life. Uh, but I mean, I just really love monster designs in Monster Hunter. Like, it's really easy to do a thing like this when they have such obvious, like, it's weird to say real life, but real life references. Oh yeah, this is one thing I did not talk about yet. The long outstretched tongues. Obviously, it's a bird, but it doesn't use its tongue for any attacks. But what it does have is that the tip of its beak is red. And in the hunter's notes, they say it kind of looks like lipstick. But I guess that's what they're going for an outstretched tongue kind of look. Many monsters were harmed. Yes, it's research. It's fine. It's fine. Uh, I, I totally don't have pictures of me just destroying them of them just. It's okay. They're unconscious. They're not dead. They're just unconscious. Okay. And this picture of Aknosam is actually from the in-game loading screen. The in-game loading screen, ah, in-game loading screen is a giant mural, a vertical mural of. Oh wait, I should show that too. I'll show that after this. It's a tall in-game mural, a scrolling mural. You start from the bottom and scroll to the top of uh all the yokai, all the new monsters in the game. No, it's also old monsters. I think it's all the monsters in the game. Uh, and it's like obviously done in this style. I'm not sure if exactly if I should call it ukiyo-e because I don't think it's ukiyo-e, but it is old style painting. Uh, all current monsters. Okay. Uh, and in this, it is especially very obvious to see the Kasa Obake like uh influence. Like it just straight up looks like an umbrella with an eye at the top. Which actually, I didn't notice this before, but the crest on the head is supposed to make the little topper on the umbrella, and then the wings are the umbrella itself. Huh. Okay. Um, are there is there anything else I should show? I'll show these just because they're cute. This is what baby Aknosam look like, apparently. This is just concept art that they showed on the Twitter, so they don't show anything like this in the actual game. But apparently this is what the babies look like. It's very cute, and there's actually a picture of of an of a mama acnosam with its young. Burb. Which it looks very, very graceful, like in this picture. It looks downright beautiful. Yes, this. I I can't wait to break its crest and and carve materials from its body when it's fully grown. Oh, what a sweet little Yes, it looks very, very elegant. Which I guess does make sense because I get the feeling that the bird this was most based off of uh is a crane. So I guess they were going for a very, very elegant feeling because when it swings its wings in the fight, it almost looks like it's dancing because it like takes hops with its legs as it swings. Um yeah, I think that's just interesting that they modeled it more off of a I don't even remember what bird I just said. A crane. Modeled it more after a crane, even though the wing thing would work more with, I think they're called herons. I think herons are the fishing birds that use their wings to simulate shade. Um, let me see. The weapons don't really show off the umbrella thing that much. It's kind of weird because all the weapons are very Western themed. Like the longsword is uh a rapira. I'm not exactly sure how to pronounce rapier. I think I don't know how it's pronounced. And then the lance is just a straight up lance, but this one does at least show the eye motif, which is why I took a screenshot of literally only this one. But I think it's strange that the weapons are all very Western, like medieval themed. I'm not sure why, because I don't there's nothing that immediately screams out to me about umbrellas or like birds or umbrella yokai that would be like, "Oh, this is western." So I'm not sure if there is an answer for that besides them wanting more varied armor designs in the game, because I don't it like the Roggy armor, I don't think there's a good reason why like basically a giant lizard that has a poison sac in its neck gives you cowboy armor. Like I don't think there's a good reason for that. So they might have done that with the armor and weapons just for purely aesthetic reasons so that they had more variety in the designs. Um which the last thing for this I will show off the materials. So they do bring up the fact that it it looks like an eyeball. It's yokai kind of things. It's spooky. And I think this, yes, used in umbrellas. So not nearly as much as the Azuchi, but the materials do show off the yokai inspiration a little bit more. Well, a little bit. Uh, yeah. Again, not nearly as much as Azuchi, but I think the design of the monster itself, like, pretty much completely conveys it. I mean, there's a lot less to Kasa Obake than, like, Kamaitachi, which even Kamaitachi don't even have that much to them. They're just weasels with scythes that travel in the wind, and that's it. But for Izuchi, they couldn't really put in the wind part, so they put that in descriptions. But this, it's just umbrella with one eye. Like, you can perfectly convey that in just a visual design, not even like gameplay wise. Like, just in a visual design alone. So they They didn't go too hard in on the item descriptions or anything like that. Excuse me. Need to drink some water. So I think that's it for Aknasom. So let me save this for Aknasom. Okay, and start clearing these out. So this one I will be I guess this won't be about a specific monster. This will be about the rampage, which in Japanese, uh, this is gonna be hard. I don't remember exactly what's called in Japanese, but it's something like hyakyuroku. Basically, night parade of 100 dragons. While in the original Japanese thing it's based off of is called Hyaki Yako, which is night parade of 100 demons. Gaijin Hunter, yeah. I maybe that's where I heard it from. I don't remember where exactly I heard it from, because I only heard about the Japanese for Rampage, the Japanese name for Rampage once, and I couldn't find where I heard it from when I was looking back today for this material. Uh, but it might have been him. Um, I know it's some kind of pun. It's like Hakyu, Hyakyu Yako maybe? Hyaki Ryuko? Something like that? Oh, one of the first reels. Okay. So, what am I thinking? Let me pull the images real quick. Um, Hyaki Ya. It's also called Hyaki Yagyo. Hyaki Yako or Haki Yagyo. Um. Okay, Monster Hunter Rise loading screen. I don't see any clean images. Um. Huh. Um. Wow. Thank you, Google Images. That's not. Wow, this is not useful at all whatsoever. I wait. No, I can't take a screenshot on my Switch right here. Ah. Yes, I know about this because of I'm gonna butcher the name because I only read the manga to completion. I never watched the anime. Uh, Nura Nurahion Nura Arihion no Mago. Yeah, I know about the Parade of Demons because of that series. Which actually I they probably weren't intending for this, and maybe I'll talk about it a little bit more later. But I think that maybe Chameleos is supposed to be a stand-in for Nurahion, or well, whatever the yokai that sneaks into your house is, because the three things about Chameleos is that it goes invisible, it steals your things, and it poisons you. And the big things that Nurahion does is that it sneaks into your house and it eats your stuff. Like it eats your stuff, snacks, and drinks your tea. Like that's the thing about it. So they probably didn't mean to do it, but like I kind of imagine that Chameleos might be the stand-in for that yokai. Even though it's obviously like they didn't make it straight up or anything like that. Um right, I was grabbing the images. Yeah, I'm so a little bit of an awkward thing. I on my Switch, I am in the middle of a hunt against Ragna Kadaki because I was taking pictures of Ragna Kadaki. Uh and I didn't finish the hunt because I was getting more pictures ready. And so I basically can't show off the loading screen exact like yeah, no. And I can't find a picture of the loading screen. Um wow. You would think someone would have uploaded like a full render of it. Uh hmm. Well, this is unlucky, but I guess I'll just post a picture of Hyakiyako. Hyakiyagyo. Um I'm not exactly sure which would be a good picture to use. Actually, isn't there? No, maybe. I. Actually, I guess. Too busy hunting. No, it's fine. It's fine. Uh, I might not really need pictures for this. Well, I mean, if I can't show off the loading screen, I don't think I can really, because I wanted to compare how the loading screen art looks compared to other depictions of the Night Parade of 100 Demons of Hyakiyako. Um, but since I don't have any pictures of it, I guess not. Just know that the loading screen is supposed to look like a picture of Hyakiyako. Um, yeah. Okay. Let me move on to the next monster then, which should be Tetranodon. Yes, it is. Okay. Um, let me type it out then. Tetranodon. Wait. Wait. Tetranodon. Oh, wait. Okay, yeah. There it is. I know how to spell. Um, and its inspiration is obviously a kappa. I don't know if there's anyone who consumes Japanese media that still doesn't know what a kappa is, but like it's used so much. What they have kappas in Animal Crossing, yeah. Like pretty much everyone should know what kappa is, but I'll still show off. The uh I mean that's what the whole thing is about. I'm still obviously going to show it off. Um, which this is one depiction of a kappa. They're frog. No, shady. They actually reference that in game. They actually reference Oshiridama. They they make a vague reference to it in game, but if you know about the butt souls, like you'll read it and you'll go like, "Oh no, that's what it is." Let me actually pull that up right now. I took um yes, these. And I think this is the high rank version. Yes. So both of them reference say it's an orb that's from the Tetranodon that looks something soul like, something ethereal. Yes, Tamero. That these are I mean, I think that's what it has to be because I don't know anything else that's associated with both souls and orbs that goes along with like kappa. Like I don't think there's anything else it could be. Like these things have to be Oshiridama. These things have to be the butt souls. Yup. They had to put that in. They had to put that in. Um. Oh, let me. Okay. Let me shrink these down a tiny bit. They're important, but not terribly important. Just be there at the bottom so you can always be aware that they included the butt soles in Monster Hunter. They included it just so you don't forget. Um, I actually do need to look up if that swirl on the belly is supposed to be a Kappa thing, because I know that is on like that's on like the Poliwag tree, the Poliwag line in Pokemon. So I'll look that up right now actually. Do Kappa have belly swirls? None of this is helpful. No, I'm talking about Kappa the Yokai. I don't know what Kappa these people are talking about. Yeah, I don't think Kappa usually have belly swirls, so I'm not exactly sure why the Kappa, why Tetranodon has that giant belly swirl. Um, maybe maybe I'll look up the page on Bulbapedia for Poliwag? The Poliwag line. Which, sorry, I'm just looking this up really quick. Because I just want to know why it has a swirl. Poliwag. Oh, they changed how Bulbapedia looks again. Wow, this is taking so long. Wow. Okay, you know what? Just Google Poliwag. Okay. Trivia. Is there an exact reason why it has the swirl? Let me look. Um... Uh... Oh, how the intestines of tadpoles are sometimes seen through their skin. Ew. That's nasty. Ew. Ew, ew. Okay, I regret looking that up. Okay, that doesn't answer anything. That doesn't answer anything about why Tetranodon has a swirl on his belly. Okay, whatever. Um, yeah, that. I kind of wish I didn't look that up anymore. Um, yeah, sorry. Yeah. All right, let's move off of that. Okay, Kappa. Um, do Kappa traditionally have a shell? I think they do, right? I'm pretty sure they do. Yes, they do. Okay. Man, Kappa are like so weird. Okay. So Kappa, aquatic. Oh, this needs to be left aligned. Aquatic yokai. Wait, I need to change the font again. I always forget to change the font size. Aquatic yokai. Duck bill. Turtle shell. What is it? Webbed hands and feet. And have a disc. A water. They have a weird like water holding dish on the top of their head. Um, I think they need to have it moisturized or else they like can't move. Uh, Major weak spot. You can trick them by being polite and bowing so that they also bow and the water comes out of their head dish. Uh, and spill the water. Um, One thing I'm actually really surprised that they did not put into the game somehow is that they love cucumbers. That's one thing I'm really surprised. I guess, but I really don't know. I really don't know. Uh, I think that's about it for Kappa. Oh, there. I guess river river based usually. They're not really oceanic. Uh, I think that. Oh wait, they also love sumo, which they show off a ton with Tetranodon. Like almost every single attack it does is a sumo move. Um, I didn't get a picture. Well, a lot of the moves I didn't get pictures of because it's best shown in video. But they even have the move where they like clap in front of, like sumo wrestlers will sometimes clap in front of the opponent's face to make them blink, so that they catch them off guard and then can push them or do whatever. And when Tetranodon does it, if it hits you, it always stuns you. Of course, unless you have stun nullification. But it's a move that stuns if it hits you. So I think that's a cool detail. Uh, One of its attacks is that it runs forward and does the palm thrusts as it's moving forward. Uh, it has the salt throwing as a move. It kind of digs its hand into the ground and tries to like throw rocks and water at you. And that the animation for it looks the same as sumo wrestlers throwing salt down onto the arena. Um, at least I'm pretty sure it's salt. Oh, did I move that so that it's... Oh, I did. That's fine. This... Okay. Okay, more images of Tetranodon. Um, okay, so I talked about how they convey the Kappa thing in gameplay. Visually, you can see, obviously, it has the beak. It has a little horn on its head that's supposed to be the stand-in for the dish. And, uh, I guess they kind of wanted it to be officially a frog for their version, so they gave it like I guess those are supposed to be frog eyes, maybe. So that's Tetranodon. Sorry for the dark picture. The ice map is just not a very bright place in general, and especially the aquatic parts are very dark. I may have accidentally gone hunting during the night too because I want to see the special endemic life, even though I've already seen it like twice. And oh, I my voice was getting a little too rough there. Um, But yeah, with sorry, my voice keeps getting too deep. But yes, you see the frog element because they gave it claws, so they couldn't really give it a webbed feet. So I guess they gave it frog eyes instead. Um, However, they did give it an expanding stomach, which I guess it's is kind of supposed to be like the frog's expanding throat, because once it does that, it doesn't look like it has any neck because it's so big. Um, is there anything else to show? Oh yeah, this is the disc that you get from its head. So it does say that it has an organ under that keeps its whole body moist. So that's supposed to protect the actual disc that like a kappa would have. Um, can I move that under this? Okay. What else to show? I guess I have some concept. Oh wait, I have. Let me look through the descriptions of Tetranodon in the hunter's notes. Um, um, I guess this bigger one, this longer one. So, this is the important part, the cranial disc. So let me see if I can. All right. Uh, I guess I'll stick it right there. Yeah, it says that the cranial disc is initially a weakness, but like over time it turns into that kind of horn. Uh, yeah, I'll pull up the concept art. Um, oh, this one is adorable. Wait a second. Well, look at the tiny little one in the corner. Look at him. The bigger one is kind of terrifying, but that's not important. Look at the tiny one. Just look at him. He's just chilling there. Um. Oh, whoa, whoa. Where'd you come from, sir? Yo, what? Yo, the heck? Okay. I. Wait. What just happened? Okay, that was weird. Um. Oh, I know. Wait. I didn't press Control V. Wait. How did that get pasted there? That's strange. Whatever. That's fine. But look at him. He's just sleepy. He's just sitting there. Real Yokai. Oh, oh, this is getting a little. Ooh. Ooh. But here, does it have a swirl on the belly? Not really. You can see its shell and the disc on its head very clearly in this concept art. Uh, oh, its back feet are still webbed. Okay, so you can see its back feet are frog-like and webbed still. It's just that the front feet have, like, I guess grip kind of pads? Which, yeah, some frogs do have that. I think they usually have that with webbed feet still, though. Maybe? I'm not sure. Yes, the shell looks really good. Like, the equipment you make out of them looks so good because it's, the equipment that you get from Tetranodon is kind of like, uh, I guess aquatic camouflage military gear. Like, it's all very green vegetation looking military gear. Um, It looks really good. Let me bring in some more concept art. This is a side profile of him, which I like how they made the fur like very mossy. I think it is supposed to be moss that grows in the fur, actually. Um, yeah, there's such a big difference between its front legs and its back legs. Like you can tell they're built for totally different things. Uh, yeah, he does look pretty terrifying in the bottom one. Pretty spoopy. Uh oh, here's another cute picture. Um, let me get this. Oh, look at him. Oh, look at him. I have no idea if those are supposed to be baby Tetranodon. I have no idea what they're supposed to be, but it was on the Twitter. Which maybe they said it was something and I didn't read it. Maybe. But look at them. Just chilling there. Alright. Uh yeah. That's it for Tetranodon, really. There's there's not too much, cause, you know, it's a kappa, and they made a big kappa. That's pretty much it. Um yeah, I'm still surprised that they included the butt orb, the butt soul orb, but they didn't include the thing about them loving cucumbers. I think that's kind of weird. So let me save this. Alright. And then next is Bishaten, which I really love Bishaten. Um, okay. Start deleting. Alright. Uh, make the font bigger first. Bishaten. And then Tengu, but he gets his name from Bisha Monten, which is uh he's a Buddhist protector. He's kind of been deified, but he's one of the like directional the is that what's called? The directions on the compass rose. He's like one of the defenders of one of those directions, I think. Um, and he is a Buddhist symbol. Uh, so a lot of Bishaten's equipment has Buddhist imagery in it. So first, here's the little notes icon for Bishaten. Here is a, oh, that's big. Why is that so big? Oh no. Oh no, I need to fix that. Okay. Uh, let me grab a picture of Bishamon then, I guess. Let me shrink this picture a little bit more. Okay. And Bishamon then. Oh yeah, apparently he's known as one of Japan's 7 lucky gods. Huh. So this... Ah, yes. Okay. I guess I will take this picture. Um... Well, I guess I shouldn't download that picture. Maybe. Hmm. Nah, I won't take the SMT version because it doesn't look too much like the other things. Uh, it doesn't have the things that Bishamonten's equipment takes reference from. Which I guess I'll take this picture. This picture shows it off pretty well. And Bishaten. Bishamonten? Noragami Bishamonten. Bishamonten is very popular in Japanese media for some reason. Like it's kind of crazy. Um, hmm. Should I just Yeah, sure. I'll move this down a little bit. Actually, no. I'll make it so this and then this on top. Because the left picture is more relevant than the right one for now. Well, for this talk. Um, okay. So, Tengu, people mostly know them as crow people or crow ninjas. Uh, live in mountains, and they I guess they're known for teaching ninjas? Maybe? I'm not exactly sure, but I think I've heard that a couple times in media. So that's probably in one of the stories. Um, they wear Buddhist clothes. So, specifically... Oh, you heard about in Sekiro? I was thinking of, I think I think Ushiwakamaru in Fate. Oh, because of the mask, maybe? That might be it. Specifically, the hat, which is called, I think Tokin? Let me, let me look it up. I wrote notes. I wrote what it exactly it's called down in notes. Tokin, yes. Uh, and wooden sandals, which are the geta? Geta, I think. Um, oh, known for their long beaks, sometimes stylized as long red noses. Uh, is there anything else I'm missing about Tengu? I think I think that's pretty much like what people know about them. That's kind of the gist of it. Um, uh, Bisha Monten is a Buddhist protector, I guess. Uh, I guess saying deity would be fine because he has been deified in Japan. Um, one of the protectors and lucky gods of Japan. Um, I don't know too much about Bishamonten, besides he's like in this unit of three other gods. But I don't think that's super relevant to Bishaten's design. So I guess I'll leave it at that. Um, it's weird because Bishaten doesn't take too much from Tengu. It's mostly just the visual design. Um, let me look at these things. Yeah, the description in the hunter's notes don't really do anything either. Oh wait, here's one picture of a very old school Tengu. Like it's just straight up a bird. Uh okay. Uh he can fit right there. Yeah. Actually, let me drag this over a tiny bit. Oh wait, I wrote that all on the same layer. Oh. Oh. Ah, it's fine. It's fine. He'll be fine there. Okay. Bishaten, it's mostly in his visual design. He doesn't. He. Yeah, he doesn't act very Tengu like, besides just having wings. Uh, Obviously, you can see he has wings on his arms. He has a little horn on his head that's supposed to be like the hat, the Dokin hat. And his mouth kind of has a beak on it. It's a little bit strange. Uh, this concept art makes it a lot more distinct because in game it's pretty hard to see. Not hard to see, it's just darker. So it's a tiny bit more difficult to see. Is this the one picture I have of him? Yes. Okay. So you can specifically see like the line of spikes along his head. Uh, Let me just get his head. And I know I'm cropping it like the ghetto way. But there. Let me crop it a tiny bit more on the top. Alright. So you can see, at the end of his lips, he kind of has a little beak. And that ridge goes up his head to above his eyes. And then it forms a little horn, like little horns, little spikes on his head. And that's supposed to give the same imagery of the hat on Tengu. It's right there, and I still had to think about it. Um, what else? Yeah, besides visuals, it pretty much doesn't take anything else from Tengu. Everything else is. Let me read through this item description first. Okay. So, I guess because of the Buddhist clothing on Tengu, they really went in hard on it being like Buddhist. So they even do specifically say it looks like the Buddhist hat. And all of the Bishaten weapons, their descriptions talk about like salvation, things like that. And they have Buddhist kind of imagery because this sword and shield, you can see the shield is just straight up the tail case. But the sword, you can see the handle is it's like a Vajra, which interesting or weird concept. Yeah, it's kind of strange that they made this more Buddhist. It's a very cool looking sword and shield. This is actually, I think, the best one you can get like at that point. Like when you can first make the Bisha 10 equipment, it's very good. But let me pull up a picture of a Vajra really quick. It is known as the weapon of, I think, Indra? Maybe Indra. Um, but If you've consumed enough Japanese media, you've probably seen a few things that look like these. Just because a lot of Buddhist imagery gets into Japanese media, like we've all seen like at least 5 series that go hard in with lotuses, uh because the lotus in Buddhism represents rebirth, and that and kind of shining through impurity. Let me. Oh wait, I did I download that into? I did. Okay. Um, Let me pull out a picture of a Vajra. So, not another big picture. Ah, God. Wait a second. Let me let me fix this. Okay. So this is a Vajra. It's let me wait. I didn't look it up. I think it's a weapon of Indra, which yes, it's a ritual weapon. Well, I'm not gonna read off the Wikipedia page. Okay. Um. Yes, it is the main weapon of Indra. Okay. Uh. Let me also save this other image, which is kind of shown in the picture of Bishamonten, but I'll just have this image ready also. Uh oh, what is that? This the Vajra, or do you mean the or Indra, or are oh uh who knows really? I think it's basically just supposed to be a bolt of lightning that you throw, kind of like Zeus's bolts, maybe. I don't know a ton, but I assume it's supposed to be associated with lightning, so I guess it's just a lightning bolt. Um, but there's the Sword and Shield. Wait, let me. I think the middle of it, like this, like the ball part, is where you hold it and you just throw it. I think you just chuck it like a javelin. Um, oh yeah, and then the hammer. You can tell the hammer is just straight up a Vajra. Like, there's no denying. It's just straight up one of them. You even see like the ball in the middle. Um, Let me delete the sword and shield. Um, are the other weapons? Yeah, side by side, it's very, very similar. Um, Let me see what else. The Oh, I think I need to get another picture. Yes, I do. Yes, I need to look up a picture of a Buddhist staff. Yes. Which I I guess that's easy enough. Yeah. These pictures should be fine. Um all right. So those weapons look like Vajra basically. Oh wait, that was the wrong thing. Okay. And these weapons that I'm about to pull up have a wheel looking design in it. And I didn't know exactly what it was supposed to be at first, but then when I realized it's all supposed to be Buddhist stuff, I was thinking maybe Wheel of Dharma. Like, I think I've only ever heard of that from, I think Dragon Quest 9. But you can see both the switch axe and the bow have a wheel in it. And let me... Where is the Wheel of Dharma? This is a Wheel of Dharma. So it's supposed to be like a golden wheel that symbolizes something. I'm not qualified to give a lecture on Buddhism. But you can see the Wheel of Dharma behind Bishamonten there. So it's all a lot of Buddhist imagery. I think this is light bowgun? Yes, it is light bowgun. I have no idea what this is supposed to be, honestly. Maybe a candle holder, maybe a Vajra, maybe something. I'm not exactly sure. But the heavy bowgun is just straight up a staff. It's just straight up a Buddhist staff, and that's it. Like, I don't even know how that's a gun at that point. Which, this picture is only at, of the tip of one of the stabs. But you can tell it's like the interlocking ring design with a big ring at the end of the staff. Ooh. Sorry, I have to readjust my my posture. Yeah, you shoot. Yeah, just shoot things out the staff. It's magic. We don't have to explain things. It's all magic. It's fine. And especially the palico equipment. The palico equipment really show off that it's like so obviously a Tengu. Look, it even has a little beak on the mask. And the clothes kind of too. Kind of. Posture check for everybody. Ah. Ugh. Yeah, the palico equipment really shows off that it's just straight up a Tengu. Like, very, very obvious. There really wasn't much relevant concept art on the Twitter. Oh yeah, for the Sword and Shield, I took an in-game screenshot to show off more of how it looks like a Vajra, with just a blade sticking out the middle of one end, pretty much. So that's that. Yeah, I think it's pretty... It makes sense on one hand, but I think it's still pretty strange that with Bishaten, they use Tengu pretty much only for the visual inspiration. But for all of the armor, they went really hard on being Buddhist, and for the weapons too. It's interesting. It's very, very interesting. Okay, what is the next monster? Somnicanth? Oh, a Somnicanth. All right, all right. Somnicanth has like nothing. It's kind of weird. Yeah, I'll admit Somnicanth has pretty much nothing about it because it's just a mermaid. It's just the Japanese mermaid, and like that's it. There's not too much about it. It's called Ningyo. I think. Did I spell that right? Ningyo. Yes, I did. Okay. So Ningyo is, yeah, just pretty much supposed to be the Japanese mermaid. It's just different that it's not supposed to be pretty. It's supposed to just pretty much be a fish with a woman's face, and that's it. Um, Let me get another picture. Yes, this is a very famous picture of one. Well, famous? I'm not sure if famous is the right word, but this is a very well-known picture of it. All right, let me paste that down real quick. Ningyo, yup. Just fish with woman head. That's it. So Ningyo, yeah, just Japanese mermaid. What? What? Oh, selected the layer. Okay. Mermaid. Just a fish. Is that the word right? Yes, that should be. That's it. It doesn't have that much like. Yeah, I don't think it's anything like Western mermaids where they've kind of been combined with sirens, which is kind of weird that that happened. But whatever. Yeah, that's it. There's not a lot to Ningyo. Yeah, there's really not that much. This is Somnicanth. The fins on its head are supposed to look like a long flowing hair. Yeah, there's just... Yeah, you really don't see much of these, I guess because it's too plain by modern standards. And it's like, if you would use one, why not just use a straight up mermaid instead? Oh, probably your first time hearing it? Yeah, they really don't use this that much. Because yeah, I think Western mermaids have gotten, like, way more popular than this. Um, yeah, even the descriptions in the hunter's notes don't say too much, like, about it. It's kind of strange. I guess I'll just pull up the concept art then. Um, it's kind of weird. The belly has a, like, looks like a taiko drum, which has a hard belly. Uh, yeah, it just has a hard belly that uses to crack open shellfish, and which is weird because that's kind of something that otters do. So they gave this like fish mermaid thing something that otters do, and that's kind of weird. Also, this thing is just I think it's kind of boring to fight because it just like swims around and like spits sleeping gas at you, and it feels like it kind of swims and just does its own thing as you're beating on it. It doesn't have that much feedback as you're beating on it, and it doesn't feel like it really reacts to anything that you're doing. Um, what else? More concept art. It looks pretty scary. Its armor looks really cool though. I will say the armor looks really good. Uh, yeah, that's fine. Um, yeah, swimming monsters do tend to feel like that. Which actually, I it's not really a spoiler. Do you mind, Shady? There's one certain fish from World that comes back, and just saying that is probably spoils what it is. Uh oh, they swim underground. So monsters in Monster Hunter are kind of weird when it comes to swimming because since they removed actual swimming that the players can do, they made it so things that swim, uh, like you can walk in those areas just fine, but they swim in it as if they have like 10 feet of water depth. It's a little weird. Okay, I have good news for you. It's not Lavasioth. Uh, Bad news, it's Giratodus, and he's a high rank urgent quest. They made the dumb little, like, easy mudfish from World a high rank urgent quest. And you can only fight him in high rank. Like, he's one of the two regular monsters that you can only fight in high rank. It's so weird. I don't know why they would do that. I mean, they like completely revamped his move set. Like it he's actually super annoying now. He's a giant pain. Like okay. Um I don't know if I should tell you this cuz it is gameplay spoilers, but I'll just tell you this because uh it's kind of ridiculous. Uh he does the swimming thing, obviously. But he has underwater hip checks now. He can do a hip check while he's underwater, and it's a lot harder to see the tell because he's half submerged in mud. Yes, they gave the mudfish underwater hip checks. It's stupid. Okay, let me post this. Not another big picture. Oh, God. Can't wait to fight that. Yeah, he's such a pain. He's such a pain. Like, at least it's not. Well, I won't say too much. Just know that it is annoying. Because remember, it's not World. You don't have water pods to automatically remove his mud anymore. Like, you have to manually break it off and then actually break the part underneath it. Um, yeah, I don't know why they made the belly kind of like a taiko drum. It's kind of strange. Um, and they gave the hunting horn a taiko drum kind of look. Yeah, I'm not completely sure why they did that. And that's oh wait. Some material stuff. Let me see if it's relevant. Oh, apparently in some very old texts of Ningyo, they say it might be golden. So maybe its coloration is just in reference to that. But Rise is easier. Well, village quests in Rise are super easy. Like if you played Monster Hunter games before, village quests you should be blowing through them in under 10 minutes each. Like things have very low health. And like you're pretty souped up in Rise. Um High rank, I think it evens out about to be about even with past high rank games. It just feels a lot easier because for the we finally have solo we have one player gathering hub scaling for high rank missions. Well, just for hub missions. So it feels a lot easier because, you know, you're not going solo into a quest that's scaled for multiplayer anymore. Uh, yeah, yeah, the PSP games were pretty punishing. I hear that Portable Third was decently easy, but that was Japan only. Um, yeah, this is pretty much all I have for Somnicanth. There's really no. A part of me wants to say it might be kind of like, I think it's called Dead Fish from Okami. Yeah, a part of me wants to say it might be inspired by the same thing as Dead Fish, because a lot of the weapon descriptions and the description for its, let me bring it up. Uh, for this, its fin, give me the feeling that it might be related to this. Maybe? Even though I'm pretty sure that dead fish are not based off of Ningyo. Actually, let me see if they are based off of anything specific. They're probably based off of Funa Yure, which are vengeful ghosts of spirits at sea. Eh? I No, I think the fin definitely references that enough. So I think it might be a combination between Ningyo and that. Especially because whenever it uses sleep moves, it kind of sounds like a siren singing, and you know, siren mermaids got kind of like combined as time went on. Well, at least a lot of the traits of them. So I guess Somnacanth might be a combination between Ningyo, sirens, and those sea spirits. Yeah, I couldn't dig up that much about Somnacanth. It's kind of strange. Oh yeah, wait. Next one up is Magnamalo, and I don't remember the exact type of spirit that he's based off of. I just know that it's a samurai spirit. Is it just a type of yurei? Is it? Is there a specific name? Go Goryo? Maybe? Um, that doesn't help at all. Uh, you know what? Let me look up Magnamalo Yokai. Um, I, hmm. I, hmm. I can't find any, like, good picture. I think it's just generic, like, ghost samurai armor. I guess so. So let me save this then. Um, okay. So start deleting all of this. Okay. Magnamalo. Magulu Magalo. Mama 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 mama. Mama mama. Wait, was that SpongeBob? Mama mama. Mama mama. Ma- was it Manta Ray? I forget what that villain was. The one that they like unfroze and he's like, "Oh my god, you two are insufferable. Please freeze me back." Where it's like, "That's not my wallet." I I forget his name, huh? Okay, and just samurai, go, spirit, uh, and willow wisps. Well, will-o-wisp is the name for it in English. There's a couple different names for it in Japanese. They yeah, they have it's weird. They have a lot of different names for like ghost fires. Oh, he was manta ray? Okay, good. Yeah, that episode was so good. This is the wallet that you dropped. Yes. And as your ID in it. Yes. And this ID has your name and your picture on it. Yes. So this must be your wallet. That's not my wallet. Ah, so good. Uh, is there a word for that's kind of weird. Um, wait. Japanese. Oh wait. Wow, that did not pop up. That's wow. That did not start typing. That's kind of strange. Japanese will-o-wisp. I put whips instead. Whips, wisps. Oh, it's called onibi. 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 Okay. That's the name for their will-o-wisp. Okay. Okay. So, is there a specific onibi that Magnamalo is based off of? Um, uh, it's kind of strange because Magnamalo has purple fire, but usually foxfire is not well foxfire. Will-o-wisp is kind of bluish or whitish or orangish, I guess. Orangish sometimes too. Uh, I don't think no. There's not really a thing for it. So let me get this image. So Onibi, Magnamalo. And I guess I'll just take a picture of samurai armor. Since he's very obviously samurai. Let me see this. Yes, this will be a good picture. Save image. And the SpongeBob with Chinese stub. What? Oh, good Patrick. Mushi and Mushishi. I don't think I've ever watched Mushishi, so let me look it up. The Mushi in Mushishi. Mumushishi Mushi. Wait a minute, have I? Wait. Okay, no, I don't think I've ever seen anything about this. Okay. Um, it looks like they're probably based off of yokai. If they're not directly based off of Paranormal Doctor Show, that sounds cool. If they're not like directly just a yokai, then they're probably based off of some sort of yokai. Okay, so Magnamalo samurai armor, you know, very distinct, very memorable. And Onibi, Japanese will-o-wisps. Wisps. Let me fix that again. Okay. Um, Here is Magnamalo's icon. I think they said the animal that they used for reference for his movements was mostly a tiger. Which is, it's interesting because it's not an animal that's native to Japan. Native to India? I think tigers are native to India. I'm pretty sure. But maybe they wanted it to be a little bit more mystical in that way. They didn't want it to be a typical yokai, since it was the flagship. Okay, wait. Let me write the thing for Onibi. 36. Uh, that needs to be a left align, not a center align. Onibi. Japanese. Will-o-wisps. Oh, wisp. Fires that indicate spiritual presence. Oh, tigers thought of as mythical creatures. Probably. I know what? I think I heard that pandas were thought as like almost cryptid level, like Bigfoot level of creatures in China for a long time because they were so rare and like only heard about in stories and legends. Kind of, maybe kind of like the what's that fish called again? Relicanth in Pokemon is named after it. Coelacanth. Coelacanth, the living fossil. Uh, Coelacanth are cool. Um, I don't think there's much else to say about Onibi. That's it. They're just ghost fires. Not too much to say. And for samurai armor, I think this is one very good piece of concept art that was on the Twitter that I very very much like because you can see the scales on the arms look exactly like uh the layered plating on samurai armor. Like design wise, Magnamalo is very simple, but it's still very very good. Okay. Uh, what other things? Uh, yeah, you can see the crest on Magnamalo's head. It looks like the ornaments on samurai helmets. Uh, in the corner, you see they show off a little bit more of the plating on how its scales look. One detail I really, really like about Magnamalo, the whole body is a samurai helmet. Yeah, kind of. It really does look like that, doesn't it? But what was I gonna say? I really like the detail on Magnamalo that it's not an elder dragon, so it doesn't get to have magical powers. So the way they explain its how it gets hellfire on it is that all of these purple dots are like pores that let it expel gas out of its body, and that's what it ignites to make the hellfire. And even in game, you can see the pores on it. Like, like these tiny purple dots you see on its back in between the gaps of the plating. Don't worry, this Magnamalo just sleeping. Okay, he's merely unconscious. It took a little bit to persuade him to help me in my demonstration. It's fine. Yeah, so even in game, these pores are only on spots that glow with hellfire during the fight. Oh, thank goodness. Yeah, I think the Monster Hunter team tries their best to save magical, more or less magical powers exclusively for Elder Dragons. Even things like Rajang, where he has a giant lightning Kamehameha blast out of his mouth. They go like, oh, him? He gets his electricity powers by eating the horns off the electric unicorns. And it's just like, oh, alright, I guess that checks out. He eats the magic stuff, and that's why he gets to use lightning. So sure, okay. And also, can I say, I just love that Rajang is just a giant DBZ reference. Like he even has he goes Super Saiyan 2, and when you attack his tail enough, you knock him out of Super Saiyan. And he just has a giant beam Kamehameha mouth. Like it. I, I think it's hilarious but dumb. Like it's so good, but then when it clicks in your head, you're like, they really made this giant like savage monkey just entirely be a DBZ reference. Uh, it's like one of those things where you can't stop smiling, but you're just like, ah, that's so dumb. Do I have more pictures of Magnamalo's pores? I have some of his tail. You can see in between the gaps of the plating, there are a couple pores. Purple pores. You might be real Saiyan. I mean, oh. I mean, Rajang is scary. Rajang is really scary. He's decently. He's a lot easier in this game than in previous games, but he's still so intimidating to go against. When he starts just punching towards you, and then when he jumps up in the air and just cannonballs down onto you. And I have one more picture of the pores on his arms. And those are all the parts that get affected by the that get lit up with hellfire. His arms, his back, his tail, and kind of his head. He like breathes it mostly out of his mouth, I think. Can I? Let me shrink him a little bit. Goodbye, Magnamalo, you're being shrunken. Oh, that's also not, fine. Yeah, he'll be right there. Let me read through the descriptions of the hunter's notes. So, yeah. Okay, yeah. So, the description explains how he gets enough gas into his body to uh to make that much gas anyways. So basically, he the reason why he follows the rampage in game explanation is because there's so many monsters that he just picks off the weak ones and just like eats all the dead ones. And he basically has they don't explicitly say this, but it makes sense in my head. He basically has an organ that ferments a lot of the meat that he eats, specifically so that it makes high amounts of flammable gases. And I imagine that's why his back is so like large but armored at the same time, because his large armored back very much contrasts the rest of his body, which is like strong but fast. So I imagine that back plating is to protect the organ that stores all of those gases. Uh, so So they do give a decently plausible explanation uh for how he like spews fire out of his body. Which I mean it's as believable as a thunder dog that gets lightning powers by lightning bugs living inside of its fur. Or, you know, just the regular people hauling around like giant half-ton swords, like actual guts berserk swords, like it's nothing. Uh, so let me, yeah, I'll cut it off like that. Maybe put it here. Uh, Here. Um, the weapons and armor are pretty much just straight up samurai stuff. A lot of the weapons have like the plating that he has. Um, these two item descriptions. This one shows that, yeah, the gas looks like ghost flames. And the description for his horns just go like, oh yeah, they look like a general's helmet. So yeah, it's just ghost samurai. There's not too much to go over. Like they did a really good job on the design though, which obviously they had to. It's the flagship. It represents the entire game. They weren't gonna like half-heartedly do it. Um, yeah, that's it. Not a lot to Magnum Malo, just very good execution. That's pretty much it. Alright. Next is Gos Harag, inspired by I think Namahage? Namahage. Uh Gos Harag. Yes, simple but effective. Very much so. Let me make sure I spelled this right. Namahage? Yes, it is Namahage. I Oh, I was thinking of Akaname. Akaname is the yokai with a long tongue that apparently the tongue is poisonous or something, and it licks bathrooms clean. Japan has a lot of very weird yokai. A lot of very, very weird yokai. That's Gasarag, and these are Namahage, which this also has a Okami counterpart, which I do need to look up. I need to okay, enemies. I think they're an imp subspecies. Oh, not an actual imp, but yeah, they use the same skeleton. Um, do they count as no? Um, man, the thing for this, the wiki for this is very strange. Okay, here it is. Namahage. Namahage. Okay. So that's one Namahage, which let me put it on here. Um, wait, I saved it, right? Wait, what? So confused. I just saved the picture. Where'd it go? Wait, what? Oh, I saved it into Magnum Hollow. That's why. Also, yes, I do have giant folders for this separated by monster. Um, I guess Oh no, I downloaded that one to Magnum too. Gosh darn it. Well, gee darn. Gee darn golly gosh. I can't. No, I can't do that. This is just a regular Namahage? Okay, sure. Okay, let's select the right folder this time. Alright, I did it. I'm a big boy, I can double click on the right thing. Okay. And these are Namahage from Okami. Um, where's... Oh, here they are. And the final one? Just numeral. Man just has a very, very big sun hat. That's it. You know what? I'll put him tiny in the corner. It's fine. He'll just be there. Okay. So Namahage, uh, there is something like an oni. They're like snow oni. Snow oni, mostly friendly. I think name literally means something like blisters. And the name comes from staying too long by the fireplace in wintertime. They scare bad children. Is there anything else to Namahage? I'll look it up very, very quickly. That's pretty much it. Yeah. Yeah, they scare kids, they have two blades. Oh, their name means peeled blisters. Okay. Peeled blisters. Wait, that's not... Oh. Okay. Scare bad children. Peeled blisters... Yeah, that's pretty much it. They're just snow yokai. You can... Oh wait, let me post more pictures of Gosharag first. You can very much see that his face looks pretty much exactly like the masks. His arms look... I guess his armored arms and legs are supposed to look like the little wrappings, the little straw wrappings that Namahage have around their limbs. Oh yeah, one thing is that, obviously they have Namahage with different colored faces. So what he does, instead of having different species that one is like blue, one is red, what he does is he starts off blue, and this is in-game screenshot. And when he enrages, he turns red, and he makes two little ice blades on his arms. So that's how they work in the different face colors, and that's also how they work in the two blades, the two knives. Which I'm not sure if I should spoil this, but they posted it in concept art. But it might not be super clear there, so I'll stop myself from saying it. But yes. He gets two little ice knives. And the difference is very, very noticeable. Like, he straight up glows red. Do I have any other screenshots of him being red? Red and angry? Yeah, he's mad there. He only has one blade in that because I I think in low rank he starts with one blade. And in high rank I think he always has both in high rank. And here's another shot of him just standing there. A very, very imposing figure. They did a very good job of... Oh, if I want to talk about it? It's a very minor thing, but it's mostly gameplay. Like, it has no... like, no impact whatsoever on the yokai inspiration. So I feel like it's still not really relevant, but I guess I'll say it. In high rank, he gets a new thing where instead of being a blade, one of them can be like just an ice hammer. Like it's just like a round block of ice. So instead of cutting, it's just like blunt. Anything else to say? Um, let me look at more of the images I collected. It is cool and it's scary as hell because Gos Harag has a special animation. He has a special attack. If so his knives actually have... Oh wait, this is the one that caught your attention the most. It's very scary. It's like when you're fighting him in his blue form, he just straight up punches you and rushes you down. Like he doesn't he he doesn't mess around, try to be fancy or anything. He just straight tries to clock you in the face. That's it. But in red mode, when he's enraged, he gets serious. His ice arms have a really high chance of stunning you. And if he stuns you, he sees you and he just walks towards you very slowly with his arms like down diagonally. And then when he reaches you, he just raises one arm up and just slams it down on you. So he's smart. He knows. He's sadistic. It's terrifying. When you see that animation, when you see him slowly start walking towards you, you're like, oh my god, start mashing, get out of the stun, get out of the stun. Because he slowly walks up to you like a straight up slasher film killer. Like, it's terrifying. It doesn't help with how tall he is. He's like at least 2.5 times bigger than you. At most, I think he can get 3.5. He's large. It's amazing. Let me see these things. The hunter's notes don't really tell much about the Namahage inspiration. But two of his materials do have little tidbits about scaring children. So that's a little bit more about the Namahage inspiration. So these do tell a tiny bit. Let me make this tiny bit smaller. Also, I don't know why they say for some reason they tend to scare children when in universe it would make perfect sense. Like out of any monster to be scared of, Gos Harag would be pretty high up. Like it's kind of crazy that they're like, for some reason kids are afraid of it. It's like, bro, really? This is the only weapon I could find that has like any sort of design significance to it. Uh, because pretty much everything is just a giant block of rock and ice to it. Um, this is kind of the same, but it does have like the little rope ties. Like I, I'm pretty sure that's a Shinto thing. Um, like I know like rope knots and stuff are pretty big thing in Shinto temples, and like they usually pit them around trees and things like that. Um, yeah, this is the only thing I could find that was even kind of significant. Like, like literally, the hammer is just a giant block of ice. That's it. It's just a giant block of ice. Like, that's it. You just pummel things with a block of ice. Like, it's cool because it's really, really raw. Like, but, you know, like design wise, there's not a ton to analyze. So I guess that's Goserog. That went by pretty fast. Um, yeah. Okay. Uh, this next one, I don't remember the name of the yokai counterpart at all. But next one is Almudron, the mud monster. I don't remember what's the name of it, but I can tell you what it is. It's the belief that there's a giant catfish that causes earthquakes. So let me look that up real quick. Earthquake catfish. It is called Namazu. Namazu. Okay. Uh, Pokemon. You know what? I'll put the Pokemon on it since it's also inspired by it. The Pokemon Wishcash is also inspired by this. Wishcash. Wait, did that just save as a web P? What is a web P? What? Wait. What in the world is a web P? Can I guess that works. Okay, sure. And let me put down the thing for Almudron real quick. Almudron. So just from a glance, you can see it has the whiskers. Let me pull up a picture of Namazu. Namazu. Oh. Oh, there's a Namazu in Final Fantasy? Okay, sure. Yo, what? Okay, alright. This is... Oh, right. Okay, that's kind of... Okay. That... Okay, I'm looking a little bit too much at it. That's very strange. I'm gonna stop looking and just download this picture then. Don't look too far in Google Images of Namazu, cause basically all you need to know is it's involved with Final Fantasy 14. That's basically all the warning you need, honestly. Don't tell me that was way too big again. Okay, it was only kind of too big. Yeah, don't do it. It's kind of weird. Oh wait, wrong button. Okay. Namazu. Font size. Always forget it. Every time. Belief that a giant catfish causes earthquakes in Japan. Um, it's kind of it. Uh, sometimes known for uh re uh known as a god of the poor since uh basically since people lose money in earthquakes and wealth gets like redistributed. Distributed after earthquakes. And I'm pretty sure they leaned into this pretty hard with Amudron because there's a lot of stuff with gold colored mud and all of the weapons have like gold circles on them. So I'm pretty sure. Um, I know there's linked to the past catfish because the catfish does give you the earthquake medal in Link to the Past. Um, that's not super good picture of it, but I'll take it, I guess. Uh, it, it's weird. I feel like before they were shown in video games, like people really this was like very very much not known because it's just like okay, so it's a catfish. Okay. Is there any more to it? No. Okay. Okay. Causes earthquakes. Sure. Yeah, I feel like video games are kind of the only reason why this has cultural, any sort of cultural influence outside Japan. Because usually other yokai you'll see in other types of media too, like in anime and manga series. But this I feel like is pretty much strictly only in video games. I'm not exactly sure why. Like, I mean, I'm sure it's in manga and anime series. It's just that they, I guess they get kind of overseen. Um, okay, wait. Let me uh, start talking about Amudron. Oh yeah, let me post this concept art specifically. Yes, this close-up of the face. So, let me cut off some of the stuff. Okay. So, you can actually see that they took catfish pretty literally with its design. They gave it a feline skull. Like the skull looks something like a jaguar. Uh it's undeniably a feline skull. While it does still have the whiskers, like you can see that. I guess actually thinking about it, the golden circle on the head might be supposed to be like the lucky cat that has a coin on its head, like Meowth. Uh, so maybe that plays more into the gold theme with it because it does like every single weapon it has a gold ring somewhere. Like look at these also the weapons and armor look cool as hell on this. Like it looks so good. The dual blades are straight up chakrams, like chainsaw chakrams. Uh the hammer is just a wheel on a stick. Like that revs up when you charge the hammer. Like, come on. Uh, let me think. Um, hmm. I mean, I could show more weapons, but it's kind of more the same. The bow looks decently cool. Yeah, the weapon designs look good in Rise. They look good. Like, ooh. Let me see if there's any more concept art I should get. I don't think there's any that's super important. I will post this one though. It's pretty threatening, pretty cool looking. Let me try to cut off the white space on the edge. So the way they explain it, being able to control mud, is that it secretes a liquid that uh, basically helps turn dirt into mud, and it secretes it from the tail. And I guess it can control the amount of it so that it can choose to encase its tail in mud and like throw it around. Also, I'm just saying, everything about this guy is super cool, but his actual fight is like one of the worst fights in the game. He's such a pain. Because he has a Leviathan skeleton, so he's super long, but he also has the thing where he swims in the ground like half the time. And he also has moves where, like, you know, he rotates. So even if you're like super close to him, because you have to be if you're melee, if he just turns and he doesn't attack you, he'll still scoot you far enough away that you'll start missing just because he's so large. Like, it's such a painful fight. Let me see if the hunter's notes I have. Uh, golden. Uh, yeah, his drops just, some of the drops he has just says, oh yeah, they're whiskers, they're like catfish whiskers. They help sense, movements and vibrations. Like, that's it, yeah, he's catfish. Um, however, wait, why did I screenshot the helmet? Let me see. Oh, same thing with whiskers and sensing things. But where's this? Yes. Yeah, his description in the notes says that really emphasizes the golden fluid, and that combined with the golden stuff on his head and the golden rings on the weapons as if they're golden coins really makes me think that they either combined him with the lucky cat or they went hard in on him being like a god of the poor, or just good for the poor. Also, I gotta say, it's really weird that they keep trying to make mud monsters a thing. I mean, it makes sense, but I think it's just kind of weird. Yeah, Almudron, that's it for him. Okay, next is this. This is my other favorite. There's a good amount to this. Okay. So next one up is Arachna Kadaki. And this is I'm not exactly sure, but I want to say it is based both off of the Jorogumo and the Tsuchigumo, which I need to make sure that I spelled those right. Jorogumo. Yes, I did spell that right. and Tsuchigumo. Yes, okay. I spelled that right too. Good. Okay, have I downloaded pictures for Tsuchigumo? And I have a picture of Jorogumo. I do not have a picture of Tsuchigomo, however. So I will get one of those. Which, this kind of just looks like a mess. I'm not, not gonna lie. It's kind of like weird. But this is the one specifically I was thinking about in Okami. With the Spider Queen and Bandit Spiders. Spider Queen? Take me to a page, please. Yes. Um, let me see. Okay. Spider Queen saved. And Bandit Spider. Because I forget, I think only Bandit Spider breathes fire, which is kind of strange. I'm not sure actually which one breathes fire. I'm reading the wiki real quick since it's been so long. Um, I don't think that Spider Queen uses fire. In fact, it's weak to fire, apparently. Huh. Okay. I swear. Maybe it's because Bandit Spider has lamps inside of it. I don't know. But, the reason why... Well, I'll get to the reason why I think it's the both of them. Because it makes it decently obvious with the visual design. Okay. Rakna Kadaki. Okay, so... I mean, and with the image in the hunter's notes, it looks like a bandit spider. Because you can see the head... headpiece? The head scarf? I'm not sure what exactly the word for it is. And the abdomen, I think it... Yeah, that should be abdomen. Kind of looks like a bandit's bag. It's a lot more obvious in gameplay when you see it, so I'll post that. So when you damage its back enough, it'll wrap its abdomen up with more web, so it looks like an actual bandit's bag. Move that. Okay. Okay. Let me post Jorogumo. I'm gonna have to make these pretty small because I have to write the descriptions for two different yokai. This is the Spider Queen from Okami. Okami. I really should replay that game one day. It was fun. This is... Oh, why is that so big? Oh no. Boop boop boop. Okay, this is a Tsuchigumo. And this bandit spider from Okami is based off of a Tsuchigumo. Because apparently, historically, the term was used to describe bandits a lot. Well, not a lot. I guess sometimes. But you can obviously see that it's a bandit with the face scarf, the head scarf, and the giant like, is it called a rucksack? I'm not sure. Well, the giant thief's bag, basically. Um, One thing I think is interesting is that Ragna Kadaki kind of combines both of the designs because let me write the description for Jorogumo and Tsuchigumo first. So, Jorogumo? Oh, that's still selected. Left align that. Jorogumo is a woman who controls fire breathing spiders. Tsuchigumo is an earth spider. Sometimes used to describe bandits. So typically depicted as bandit spiders. I'm not sure if that's true at all, but Okami depicted it in almost the exact same way, so I'm just gonna go out on a limb and say that. Um, I forget. Is there anything else to Jorogumo? I don't think so. Is she, oh, and specifically, uh, this artist's depiction of the Hyakiyako. Jorogumo is a spider woman who manipulates small fire-breathing spiders. And that's exactly what it does in game. It has tiny little spiderlings that it throws out that it keeps on its abdomen that it either uses to drag itself across the battlefield or spit out little webs or spit out fire themselves. Uh, Shape shifting spider woman lady. Let me. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Uh, so for Arachna Kadaki, they very much go in between it being like, lady and it also being a bandit spider. Because do I have a good picture or do I have to take a oh, this is concept art of it using the tiny ones as minions. Which actually, let me ditch that for this. Yeah. Um let me look through the pictures really quick to see. Uh Basically the gist is when you first fight it, it has a kind of wedding dress motif going on. Which I'll show with this screenshot. But after you break all of the webbing on it, uh it recovers and then it wraps up its abdomen in a bunch of webs so that it looks like a thief's bag. So let me reorder these so that it's nope. Do I have to take this one? Yes, I do. So let me put it more on this side. Whoops. Which one is this? Okay. So I think it's kind of neat that they combine the concepts of the two yokai. Which I'm I'm kind of surprised because I think they would have been fine just using one. Like that's plenty enough. But I guess they thought that the concepts were similar enough that they could combine it really easily and it would only add to it instead of like taking up too much. Um Let me see. Oh, that picture is not for Akna Kadaki. Hmm. This picture isn't for Fujin. Wait a second. that that picture's for Azuchi. How did all these get so mixed up? Hmm. Okay, that's funny. Um, let me see. Yeah, they do say that Rakna has yes. So it carries the tiny little spiderlings on its body. And then those help it catch more prey. Um, let me see. The some of the weapons kind of have a heart motif on it, and a lot of the descriptions are kind of like femme fatale, I guess, kind of things, where it talks about heart and killing. Um, the charge blade is the charge blade from the demo, and it looks really cool. And yeah, again, the descriptions drive home the bride kind of motif really hard, especially with the blade being kind of like a heart key kind of thing. It's a keyblade. It's just straight up a keyblade. I'll just say it. It's just a keyblade. Um, what else? Oh yeah, the armor tells a little story. So let me pit those out. Which this sounds exactly like a story of a Jorogumo. Yep. Is death at first bite instead of love at first sight. Ah. Yeah, so this is like typically the opposite of what most yokai stories would be. You know, usually it'd be the story of a man uh who unknowingly meets his end because it turns out the woman he was pining for was a yokai. But the armor set tells a story of the exact opposite of of a woman who is secretly a spider. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so it looks like that they only went for Jorogumo for the visuals because I don't think everything else about it pretty much screams Jorogumo. So, yeah. Hmm. Nothing else about it. Like everything screams like bride and like woman and lover, and nothing else screams bandit aside from its design in certain states. So, yeah. Which actually is interesting. I just noticed this detail. Um in this form, uh the covering on its head looks more like a bridal veil because it just goes over its head. It doesn't cover the eyes. But in the bandit form, it looks more like a bandit hood because it's a lot lower down on the eyes, on the face, and it's partially covering uh the eyes on the side here. So that's a cool little detail. Yeah, when it respins its web, the head the head covering comes down a little bit lower. So that's pretty neat. It's all pretty cool. Let me try to move all of these. Whoops, wrong one. Actually, yeah. Let me delete that one. Uh, whoa, why is that out of order? Oh, it's not out of order. Okay. I just started dragging them out of order. Yes, it's so nice to see more bug monsters. Cause, it was so disappointing in base game world that basically 80% of the monsters were just wyverns. Like, it was so I still can't believe in base game world the only water element monster was the mudfish Duratotus. That was the only water elemental monster in base game world is a mudfish. That's so mm-mm. I base game world had such horrible like elemental variety. Literally like I think 80% of the elemental monsters were fire. Besides fire, every other element only had one monster except for lightning, which had two. Tobi Kadachi and Kirin. That's it. Legiana was the only one for ice. Uh Giratotus was the only one for water. Yeah. Yeah. And then dragon, I think Xenojiva was the only dragon one. Yeah, that uh yeah, base game world. Like, oh my god. Even non-elemental boost augment, which oh my god. I am so glad that augments are gone. Imagine how busted they would make difficulty if we had both health augment and wire bugs to save ourselves. Think of how many endgame monsters they would make that are just straight up one shots because we can survive anything else. Like, I'm so glad they don't have health augments anymore. That was ridiculous. Health augments were the most busted thing in base game world, and even in Iceborne, they were still pretty busted. It was, mm-mm. I, it was absolutely horrible. Well, that's it for the monsters that were revealed in trailers. Um, I could talk a tiny bit about the spoiler monsters. Very tiny bit. Uh, oh yeah, everything about augments was just not fun at all. Just, not in the slightest. They they kind of brought it back in Rise. It's not nearly as bad. It's just that you can add some like adjustments to your weapons. They're called rampage upgrades, but each weapon only has three pre-selected um upgrades that they can choose. So, like for instance, one weapon might have, oh, you get like six more raw, eight more crit, or uh, you get a chance of getting mini crits when you're at green sharpness, like something like that. And you can only choose one of the three. They don't have anything. Well, I heard, hmm, I heard dual blades has some one thing that's really busted, but again, it's only on certain dual blades. Uh, Dual Blades has a rampage upgrade where every single attack in demon mode will automatically crit, but it takes two times sharpness. Which, I mean, razor sharp, protective polish, like, that's very easily fixed. I mean, it sounds absolutely busted to me. Um, but I don't play dual blades, so that's not really a problem. Um, uh, Should I talk a tiny bit about Fujin and Dryjin? Because uh I would just be eh meh meh it mm, it would just be talking about how they're depicted and how the armor and equipment show off their motifs. So I probably not. Yeah, probably not. I'll just say really quick that uh Fujin equipment does have literal bags of air for some of the weapons. Like Sword and Shield, the shield is just like a bag of air in between two plates. The hunting horn has a bag of air as the end, of course. Uh, the light bowgun is just straight up an actual like bag of air. That that's it. And the open end is the part that it shoots out of course. Um, the armor chest piece has, you know, the floating bag of air that like goes around your shoulders kind of. Um Raijin's equipment has the, you know, the like floating little drum things that go in like a ring behind them. Uh yeah, that's it. Um I'll I'll talk a little bit about this. I already talked about Chameleos being Nurahion, right? Yeah, I did. So I'll talk a very tiny bit about how Kezu is kind of how do I spell this? Nu nu be bo nu nu be bo. Oh my god. So okay, images. So Kezu, everyone knows Kezu. He's the Mara. He's the Mara of Monster Hunter. He's popular simply because of that joke. Um, and here's some screenshots. Here's some. Also, yes, this is what Kezu looks like in HD. It's horrible. One part of me wishes that they didn't. The other part of me is so glad that they did. Apt comparison. I mean, We all know the only reason why Kezu is popular. We all know it. It's not because he's a pain to fight. It's not because he has no theme. It's not. It's only partially because he's scary. We all know the real reason why Kezu is as much of a like popularity powerhouse as he is in Japan. We all know. Everybody knows. So this is my and a couple other people's theories that they might have put in Kezu, one obviously because of fan stuff, and two maybe because he might be a stand-in for this yokai. And this yokai is supposed to be just uh basically described as a disgusting blob of flesh. Uh it's pretty much only a face. Pretty much only a face and uh floppy limbs. So maybe they put in Kezu. Maybe he's meant to be a nupepo. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe. Also, this picture was way too perfect. It's actually terrifying. Like Kezu just slowly walking towards you. Like I got the picture when his neck was exactly straight looking at me. Like, oh. You can see his tongue. Look, you can see his tongue. Oh, that's nasty. Okay, fine. I'm not gonna go look at that anymore. Um, I could talk about the endemic life, but that's like a lot of things, and a lot of them I don't really know about. I'll just unlabel it, and then, uh, whoops. Yeah, I just won't like name it or label it, and I'll just like put a picture down and say what it's supposed to be. So this is Bombaji, the Tanuki of the game, and you can see they're kind of fat, they're kind of chunky. Do I have pictures of Tanuki in here? Ah, yes, Tanuki. Well, this is a picture of specifically, I think, the Hyaki Yako depiction of a Tanuki. But we all know the popular depiction of a Tanuki. We all know. Oh my God, why is it gotta be so big? Well, we all know. We all know the big question that's hanging in our heads. The huge drooping question. Is this what the kids call a hecking chonker? Oh wow. Oh, I need to crop that. Wow, that was big. Oh no. Uh, there. Yeah. Well, I think most people know this little tidbit about Tanuki and their lower regions. Because they really like to show it off in Japanese things. They really like to go like, yo, look at that. Look, he's just lugging it around like it's baggage. You know? They just really like to do that. You completely forgot. uh Yep. Uh, old Tanuki. Old Tanuki and their large, hefty sacks of coins because they're good merchants. They, yeah, they, yep. Thank God that they made bomb badgies, not like that. They just made them, fat in other areas. Just made them big. Also, look at the drawing on this. It's kind of adorable. It's like adorable in an ugly way, you know? Also, this is what your little owls look like in game. This is taken from the Twitter. They look like little Darumas. Yeah, he's a goofy little one. And this one is a side profile. It shows off a little chibi. Tiny little chibi. Um, these are cloth flies. They're endemic life that boost your defense when you use them. I think they're based off the yokai, like the floating piece of cloth that like suffocates people. Oh, you've seen that one? Yeah, it's good. Um, let me see more. Oh, I think this the Escurgo. Uh, let me see if I can find a picture of it. I think it's supposed to be based off like the very tiny people that have like the little leaf umbrellas. Um, uh, tiny umbrella I guess yokai? Do they count as yokai? Uh, uh, no. Wait, are they umbrellas or are they hats? No, I'm not looking for like Shinjuku cosplayers with the very tiny hats that just go on the side. Ah, oh Japan. Um, yeah, I have no idea what it's called. Uh, but I think it's supposed to be based off of that. Um, oh, this, what are these called? The antidobra. Uh, I I think maybe these are supposed to be based off the wait. I'm gonna have to look this up too because I don't know exactly what it's called. It's something like a Roro Kubi. Rokuro Kubi. Rokuro Kubi. They're yokai where their necks stretch out. They're pretty much exactly people except they have extendo necks. That's it. It's a pretty boring yokai. Like it's eh. Japan has some really weird yokai. Um uh, yeah, maybe because they do specifically say how uh it looks like a big head on on a neck. So probably um what else? Uh oh. Okay, these endemic life. They have a they have this lucky owl. Um they have these two lucky endemic life that randomly can appear on maps, and if you get them, if you get this owl, you get double the money when you complete the quest. And then there's another one that's a Yatagarasu, a three-legged crow, and if you get that, you get double the quest rewards. So if you find the Yatagarasu on the map, You might want to do a full clear of the map where you hunt all three monsters because you'll be getting a lot of rewards once you find him. Uh, Once they show up on the map, it's random, but they do alert you. Like they play a little signal on the map. They ping you, it shows up on the mini map, and it shows up in the auto chat. So it's really hard to miss it showing up. But getting to it in time is a different story because they stay in one place for a little bit, but then they fly around and move across the map. Um, I'll I'll spoil this one rare endemic life. This is a monk snail, or uh, this is based off of an umibozu, which umibozu are kind of like Japanese yokai explanation for like how ships can like randomly crash and stuff in sea. Um, what is that picture good? Uh, hmm. Uh, I'll show this picture. I Also, this one is kind of terrifying when you see it in game. Because it's huge. It's uh because you can only find it at night on the Frost Islands, and when it spawns in, it lets you know because you hear this giant deep like growling like anywhere you are on the map. And uh oh wait. Hello? Can I? And yeah, it lets you know with a very loud like audio sound like like you hear that anywhere you are on the map. Uh yeah, so it's a decently accurate depiction, I'd say. And you can only find it on the very, very edge of the map. And when you go to it, it's giant. It's just creeping across the screen. And like super slowly. You have to stand there for like a full minute for it to like get to where it goes, and then not even a full minute, maybe a full 5 minutes for it to fully walk across and then disappear. Uh and if you wave, it roars at you. Like it's scary. It's spooky. Um but I think that might be it. Yeah. That's pretty much it. I I've talked through and gone through pretty much everything I prepared. I don't really want to go over the spoiler stuff because not really too much to say about it anyways, since I don't want to spoil that much. Uh, so yeah. Oh yeah, Tamero, with the rare endemic life, like when you take a picture and they're at the very bottom of the endemic life list in the hunter's notes, uh, do emotes next to them. Do emotes to them, and then they'll respond accordingly. Uh, the monk snail, I think it only has three different things it does. It roars if you wave. Uh, I think it kind of jiggles if you do something else. And if you do another thing, it kind of pulsates with like glowing. Yeah, but if you find it next time you find it and get to a place where you can see it, wave at it, and then you see like the giant roar. Um, yeah, I do think that's it though. I've talked about just about everything I want to. Uh, I don't know. Do you guys have a favorite of the new monsters? A favorite yokai? Because I feel like I've just kind of like just gone on and like kind of just word vomited everything about all these yokai and monsters. Um, yeah. Hmm. God, I'm still listening to the theme, to Fujin's theme, and God, it doesn't get old. Actually, maybe maybe I should just talk about Rise and my thoughts on it now. Maybe I actually I don't completely hate Rampage. Solo, I think it's a giant pain, but multiplayer, I actually think it's pretty fun. As long as you don't get teammates who like just do really stupid things with the emplacements and like, keep replacing your stuff. I I think it's decently fun trying to like manage trying to get all the missions that you can, trying to like plan around it, like uh getting enough elemental blights on enemies. It's like, "Oh, let me use the bombs more." Or, "Oh, let me charge up the cannon thunder shot so that when the next wave comes, I like get thunder blight on 4 or 5 things at once." Although the repel enemies with bamboo bombs, that one's like impossible to complete. It's like so dumb. I don't even know why that's a mission. Yeah, upgrading it's so good when you get one of the missions that's just place a certain amount of installations, because at the very beginning you just keep redeploying and uh taking out that installation, and it's like, okay, that's a free mission. Yeah, it feels really good when you get to the point where the cannon shots fire 3 shots at a time when you press the button. I yeah, I kind of, well, I don't know if I can say I enjoy Rampage itself. I think I just really enjoy that one Rampage fight, and that's it. I don't really enjoy regular Rampages that much. Apexes are okay. It's just oh, would it be too much? Yeah, it would be. Yeah, it'd be too much spoilers to refer to it by its code name. So no, I won't. Um, but yeah, I pretty much, I guess I might only like that one Rampage fight. Maybe, because that's the only one I ever do. Like Apexes, I only ever do if I need the parts for Rampage weapons. Yeah, the Apex music is pretty good, which I'm kind of sad Apex Mizu wasn't more like Soulseer Mizu, since uh Apex Rathian is a lot like Dread Queen Rathian, and uh Apex Arzuros is decently like Red Helm Arzuros. I want to say maybe 60 or 70%, which I still hope. I still hope for Apexes outside of Rampage, and I still hope for Apex Diablos. I still hope for Apex Diablos. I need to see people get bodied by the roar into charge true combo. I need to see that. Because think about how punishing they could make it. Because rampages don't have cart limits. Think of how ridiculous they could make Apex Diablos. Because you don't have the 3 cart limit. Like, I mean, yeah, I saw the leaks, but like, I I I needed to have like the full Bloodbath Diablos moveset. Cause like Bloodbath Diablos was basically the second flagship of GU. They can't have it contained to a single game, you know? Oh, bro, your crew has trouble with high rank Diablo. Okay, actually, in Rise, it's really weird that they gave even low rank Diablos uh that move where when it comes out from the dig, it like jumps and slides across. Like that's not a low rank move. Like I don't know why they did that. But no, Mabase, you haven't lived until you go against the heart pounding just intensity that is Bloodbath Diablos. You haven't lived until you start beating on him and you're like, all right, I guess this is kind of okay. Uh and then he roars and everything stops, all sound stops. And then the music changes. Like the music itself stops and switches to his second phase track. Oh my god, your hammer broke hearted 3 times against Broth. Oh my god. Oh, that hurts. Uh, Broth. Oh god. Imagine if they unnerfed Broth. I kind of feel like for G rank in this game, I think they should have full unnerfed Baroth for G rank with like the full speed ahead and like insane tracking. I feel like they should do that for the G rank expansion. Oh yeah, one thing. I think they actually did pit one of Bloodbath Diablos' moves into regular Diablos moveset. The one where it turns around and then slams the tail and the rocks come out. I'm I'm decently sure that was only on Bloodbath Diablos before. So, maybe, maybe we can see a little bit of, a little bit of Diablos insanity. Oh yeah, Broth when he first appeared in Try, uh, I heard he was the big filter because what you go in when you only have green sharpness still, so like basically nobody can attack the head. So all you do is chip away at his legs and arms. Uh, and what he had almost insta charge back then. I think I never played Try, so I don't know myself. I've just heard, you know, first hand accounts of like, yeah, Baroth made me quit Try. um, yeah, I heard they way nerfed him after Try. Even in like, I would say G rank Baroth, even in GU was a decent enough of a challenge because his charge did track you a good amount. So I think he was okay. In World though, yeah, he was pretty much what the fourth or fifth monster you fought, and like maybe even third, right? No, first you fight Great Jagras, then Kuliaku, then Puke Puke, and then I think Broth. So yeah, fourth or fifth monster you fight. Yeah, they way nerfed him in World. Like they mm, he was super easy. And Rise, he's I don't remember exactly if he's as weak as he is in World, but he's just aight. You know, then again, it is still a high rank game. There's no G rank yet. For most of the games, the real hard stuff comes in G rank. So yeah, he is still kind of a baby. Okay, yeah, I thought he was a little bit harder than World too, because again, he's not like the fourth ever thing you fight. Um, man, because it's weird because it wasn't discussed at all in the leaks. So maybe they're saving it for G rank. Maybe they're keeping it real secret. But I really want them to have Amatsu in Rise. I really think they need to. Because, like, Rise is basically portable fifth in, like, tone, in style, mostly. Because it's another super Japanese game. Like, even all the new monsters are based off Yokai. Like, come on. How much more Japanese can you get? So, like, I, I really do hope they bring Amatsu over, since it's like I think is the final boss of P3rd, but it's like the Elder Dragon of P3rd. And we'd actually be able to do stuff against him since he hangs in the sky, since we have wire bugs now. Yep, it is on a handheld. It's technically portable. But like they made emplacements like a lot more fun in this game. Like cannons and ballistas actually feel decently powerful. Mostly in rampages with rampage upgrades, but the other times you use them, they do feel pretty strong too. So I I think they could do arena fights like that. I think they could do flying enemy fights like that, and siege fights pretty well in this game. Even though I want it, I don't expect Lao Shenlong at all. I really want Lao Shenlong because I want them to have like an actually I want them to do a proper remake of the first ever siege fight and make it actually fun. But I know that's like a big endeavor. Like that would need a lot of effort into it, a lot of effort to be put in it. But yeah, I want it, but realistically, it's probably not gonna happen. Yeah, it would be sick, especially with all the new emplacements. Like uh they even have the big cannon that you use against them in that one area as splitting wyvern shot now. Because I don't think it had a name before. I'm not sure if it had a name before, but it wasn't like as well known as like the Dragonator, you know. But like think about it, with wire bugs and the new mobility, you would actually be able to climb onto them. Like him moving around would be more of a threat. You would be able to use emplacements like more actively, more smoothly. Oh yeah, Shingarin and the Morans too. Actually, it's weird because they have a lot of small monsters that are that kind of hint towards other fights. Like I think Delex only ever showed up in one of the Morans. Well, in the Moran fights. And so a lot of people thought like, "Yo, is that really gonna be in Rise?" But it's weird. I'm like I'm excited. I'm very excited because if if Rise gets any points for me, like if Rise gets props for anything in the future, if it does stuff like that, it'll get massive props for being the first game in the series where siege fights are fun. Because that will be like completely insane. That'll blow people's minds. Like, oh my god, I don't dread siege fights anymore. They're actually enjoyable. You can actually do things besides, plinking away at this wall for like 20 minutes. Like, oh my, yo, what what is this? Like, I think with new Rise mechanics, they would be able to pull off siege fights well. And I hope they do at least attempt it. Because rampages are alright, but they kind of feel worthless until like the very final wave where like the big boss comes in. I mean, even though you do use that time to like level up all the emplacements and everything, it kind of feels like dead time, you know? Not exactly wasted, but it's like, do I really have to sit through all of this to get to the end? You know, eh, eh. Oh yeah. Another thing, they probably won't do it for Rise. They might do it for the next game. Uh, I really want them to bring in Monster Hunter Online and Frontier monsters, like the giant crystal scorpion that like uses magnetism. That'd be cool. Yeah, concept is very cool, but going through it is just feels kind of sloppy. I think it would help a lot if they told you like what the map layout would be like once you went into it. Because I think what it's like randomized like 3 or 4 areas, and they don't tell you. They just say like red stronghold or whatever, and that's it. Like, what's the use of telling you what the map is if there's different starting points, but you don't tell which starting point it is. It's kind that just bugs me a lot. I think it would help a lot just knowing beforehand which maps you would get before you go into it. Uh, yeah, I just don't like it. Um, what else are my wishes for the Monster Hunter series? Well, I guess more Monster Hunter Rise right now. I mean, so far, besides Endgame, I think Monster Hunter Rise did a pretty good job. Cause what? My main complaints with base game world, I remember is 4 things. It was monster variety, elemental variety, weapon balancing, and I think endgame slash content. Because endgame was just farming decorations and augments. It was kind of boring. You just kill the same tempered elder dragons over and over, like tempered monsters. And tempered monsters weren't like literally they only did more damage. It wasn't even like hyper. I mean, hypers were giant pain. Don't get me wrong, but like at least they were more different than just doing straight up more damage. So I think those were my 4. No, okay. So monster variety, monster variety, balancing because of the non-elemental stuff, endgame, and weapon designs, and then Iceborne fixed monster variety and not. Uh, wait. I don't even remember what the four things I said were. Oh my god. Um, weapon designs. Okay, it fixed weapon designs and uh monster variety. Iceborne fixed those two, but in my opinion, they made balancing worse because of Clutch Claw, and they made Endgame arguably worse because farming Guiding Lands is just boring. Guiding Lands is uh, it's one of the laziest endgames you can make. It's just, it's just boring. It feels like filler, and then they're like, "Oh yeah, that's your post game." Like, come on, really? Iceborne Barioth. Oh, I mean, I still think he was an alright fight. Because again, I'm a Sword and Shield main, so like mobile things I'm pretty okay with. But yeah, he was. Iceborne changed. World and Iceborne changed like way too many things. Like making changing Devil Joe just from being this giant like pain in the butt. Like he shows up and it's like, oh my god, we have to like get out and feed him stuff. To being like, oh, he's this big end game boss kind of character. Like that kind of ruins the point of Devil Joe, in my opinion. There's mobile and then there's Ice Beyblade. Yeah. I hear a lot more people say that the subspecies that they introduced in updates was a lot easier to deal with, but I don't think I ever bothered fighting him. I think what with Iceborne, I only picked it back up when Fatalis dropped. Like I skipped Elatrion. Uh yeah. Everything between the G rank Koveteroth siege and Fatalis dropping, I just skipped. Which I think was only the Elatrion update. Which I did not care at all about Elatrion because uh I remember fighting him and he was just such a pain that I didn't even want to give him my time, to be honest. Like I hate Elatrion so much. Like old world Elatrion was one of the worst Elder Dragon fights. Um the Fatalis fight in Iceborne was pretty cool. I liked it. Uh I mean obviously he's kind of overtuned and some of the hitboxes on some attacks are like really busted. Like like the attack when he's up on two legs coming back down on four. That should not lay you flat on the ground if you're like behind his back legs. That's ridiculous. Um, but it's a fun fight. It's a fun fight. It actually feels good to like use the siege weapons. Like, although one thing it does kind of make me worried because I feel like the dev teams uh would feel like they have to keep upping themselves for the other forms of Fatalis. Because if regular Fatalis is that bad, think about what Crimson Fatalis can do, because he can summon meteors, and his fire is even stronger. And it's like, oh, if you think regular Fatalis is strong, think of how insane White Fatalis will be. Just a lightning, like, it makes me kind of worried that they would, by the point they get to White Fatalis, it'd just be straight up like MMO uh, levels of stuff. Uh, what do I wish for? My My big wishes for the next Monster Hunter game. I guess the next main game, whatever the next game is that they decide to make big changes in. Uh, I actually don't care too much about having a new weapon. I know a lot of people are like, "Oh, come on, we haven't gotten a new weapon since 4." Uh, like we want something new. I kind of don't care too much about new weapons. I'd rather they like completely rebalance and fix current weapons. I kind of wish that in the next game they keep the mobility from wire bugs and use it to bring back underwater because I feel like there are too many possible monster designs to be underwater to justify uh just never having water in the series again. Like there's too many possibilities for them to like willingly constrain themselves like that. Um, and I mean they have expressed interest because I think for the coral map and world, they were like, oh yeah, this was supposed to be a water map, but we really didn't want to bring back water with how poorly received it was. So we just made it a water map without the swimming. Um, I mean, of course, as long as they fix the controls and the movesets of the weapons. Uh, you like the underwater stuff in Gen 3? I hear that mostly Lance mains enjoyed water stuff in Gen 3 because I heard that was like basically the only weapon that didn't have half of its moveset gutted underwater. I hear that Sword and Shield mains like just straight up just quit playing Try because or switch to Lance because Sword and Shield apparently got most of its moveset removed underwater. Which yeah, obviously if they bring underwater back, they need to of course fix that. Ton of Lance videos back then, yeah. Oh, great sword main. Okay. Mm. I mean, I think it'd be hard for them to mess up Great Sword's moveset underwater. It'd be pretty hard to like mess it up. Like you just sit there and charge, you know. Yeah, I think adding water back into the series is eventually going to be needed. Because with wire bugs we can do sky travel pretty well. Like if they keep I mean they probably won't keep wire bugs themselves obviously. They'll probably have some kind of mobility mechanic in the next game, but if they keep around the same mobility level that we have in Rise, or even if they nerf it a little bit, like we can handle sky stuff pretty well now. So like it's always been a land series. We're getting a good grip on sky. So like I think it's time to revisit water. Like and to be honest, do you really want them to make like 5 more mud monsters? Like it's it's kind of a pain. Oh yes. I can't believe Rise. Like it actually feels good to explore the map. Like like for the first time ever in Monster Hunter, you actually want to look around, you know? You want to see if there are any secrets. You want to like poke around and see if you've missed anything in the map. It's not like other Monster Hunters where you're just like, all right, let's just make a beeline for a monster. Let's just get in, get out. Let's go. Collect whatever you need. Yeah. Just just hunt the monster. That's it. Now it's actually like, yeah, I'll make a detour here. Mostly for the like spirit birds power ups, but like also because it just feels good to move around the map. Like between sliding and the momentum that you carry with wire bugs, just movement feels so good in Rise. I although uh game balance wise, I'm kind of torn on it because I I don't want every monster to be like Tigrex levels of just hyper moving around. But on the other hand, I really enjoy having the mobility. But you can't really have one without the other. So, uh, I mean, I still want to have it. I just think it's gonna be a pain having monsters like speed up with us. Like that I won't enjoy. Ugh. Although, hmm, I just I want them to make bigger fights now. I want that. I want them to have more stuff like Dalamador, and maybe like uh how am I forgetting its name? The final boss of GU. Um, I don't know the mantis spider thing. Uh, yeah, I don't know why I can't remember it. But like, imagine it going into its mech, and then you just sling yourself up there. Like you can decide whether to bring the mech down itself or like to go straight up and attack the core. Ah, auto call, right? Auto call. Okay. Yeah, I'm very bad with names, so thank you, Tamino. Um, hmm. Yeah. Just imagine them bringing back like really big monsters, and instead of having to wait for them to go like, "Oh, I did my like big slam move, and now you can finally climb on me and attack me." Like you can just go, "All right, do I want to stay down here and like disable the parts of it to like help other people out or that so the fight is safer? Or do I want to go onto it where it's riskier, but I can always be attacking?" Like, I think that would I I think that would just be super cool. That would justify that alone would justify the movement, the new movement mechanics. Yeah, because they already have the relatively tiny monster that's a huge threat, like Rajang. So I mean, as long as they don't do anything stupid like Zora Magdaros again, I think them bringing in large, like giant monster fights in the future would be really cool. Oh God, Zora Magdaros. Oh my God. I feel like I age another week every time I say that name and think about it. What were they thinking with Zora Magdaros? Like, I'm just gonna stop thinking about it. It's bad for my health. Uh, Whatever. Oh, actually, one thing, one, one completely, well, not completely out of left field. Some people have said like, oh yeah, this would be cool if they brought it back in Rise. Yamatsukami would be really cool if they brought it back in Rise, because I think it was only ever in Freedom Unite or 2G. So I mean, the name fits, you know. It's a very Japanese name. It's a floating squid. I it uses pretty much the same explanation for how Magnamalo uses its hellfire, but instead it uses that to float. Like we wouldn't have to wait to attack its tentacles for it to like crash down to attack it. We would have wire bugs we can like climb onto it. Like I I just really want to see them redo like these old fights that only ever showed up in one or two games and show us how they can like improve it. Show us how they can show it like to its proper full effect. Actually, I hope they never touch Zora Magdaros again in the future. Actually, that was that bad. That was that bad. I'd rather fight Lao Shenlong 10 times in a row than do fucking Zora Magdaros. If I'm being completely honest. At least you can attack Lao Shenlong. At least you damage it. You know? At least you do things to it. Zora Magdaros, you pop 3 pimples and then you get on cannons and take it down. That's it. It's not engaging, it's not fun, it's not interesting. I'm talking about it and I keep on. Alright. Oh, the concept of Zora Magdaros is really cool. You know, the the execution is quite possibly the worst thing they could have done, though. Like, you play a game called Monster Hunter, and you climb on this giant, like, kaiju volcano turtle, and you're like, oh man, what am I gonna do here? Oh, yes, Hunter, you have to pop 3 pimples located throughout its body. Um, okay, that's kind of weird. Does that make it weaker? No, it severely damages it. And then after you do that, you climb on back and then kill it with cannons. But uh, but I don't spend the whole game upgrading cannons and using cannons to kill monsters. Too bad, Hunter. You're gonna finish it off with cannons. Yeah. Yeah, if it wasn't just basically a cutscene, it'd actually be kinda cool. Yeah, it's kinda, yeah. I don't have anything more to add. I'm just disappointed with the fight, basically. I'll just always be disappointed. There's there's really no other way to put it. Um oh, it is almost 4 a.m. Wow. I've been doing this for 4.5 hours. Wow. Eh, I'll keep talking until clean 4 a.m. That'll be fine. Um, what else to talk about in Monster Hunter? Uh, I hear a lot of people talking about how they want Tonfa and Magnet Spike from Frontier in the mainline series. And eh, Tonfa are kind of just like blunt dual blades, but with insect glaive mobility. I think if they make a new blunt weapon, they would want it to be a lot more distinct mechanically from Tonfa. I really don't think they would want to add a new weapon that feels kind of just a combination of other weapons. Especially because the latest weapons that they added were like so unique, like so kind, I guess mechanically complex. Well, I mean, definitely mechanically complex compared to like hammer and old longsword. Like you can like very easily tell the difference between the weapons and like when they were added by like how many mechanics and how many things they have to it. Mm, hmm. Magnet spike? I actually don't know that much about magnet spike. I've never seen people play magnet spike that much. Wait, isn't it basically just a giant boomerang? That like something with magnetism? I know that magnetism was like a big thing in Frontier at some point because they introduced it like as its own big thing. Um, I do wish they would bring in a boomerang weapon though. I know one of the ideas for a new weapon in Gen, I think, was a boomerang, and they ended up scrapping that for prowlers. No, there was. Wait. And then I think there was an idea for like someone, like some kind of weapon, but you also have a hunting dog. And then they scrapped that and turned that into the Palamutes for this game. Which I gotta say, Palamutes are kind of disappointing, actually. They were really cute and like really hype when they were first announced. But then it's like, oh, you just kind of use them for going fast and sharpening on the move. They really they kind of do more damage than Palicos, but even then, it's still not that great. And even then, I think Bomber Palicos do more because they have like the mini Wyvern stake, and that does a good amount. Like I've seen that pop on things in rampages, and those do a good bit. Like without the damage bonus, I think they do about 42 every explosion. And then the big thing when it finally detaches is around 300 damage. It's pretty good. Meanwhile, if you have four people using Palamutes online, you can't see anything because the dogs create so many hit effects. Although, to be honest, Palamutes with the guarding parasol are pretty good because they're not super consistent, but they're decently consistent at walking in front of you to block shots with the parasol. Like they're pretty good about like just running over, blocking it, and then getting out. So that's actually pretty cool. Speeding up small monster hunts, yeah, that's true. They're very good for like gathering in small monsters. But man, they made Palico skills really good in this game. Like really good. Actually, I think it's funny that uh the shock trap and poison trap, I think they're called prison. Uh were left completely unchanged from GU just because that's how good they were. Cuz I think they changed almost every other Palico skill. Uh cuz Shock Tripper doesn't just like knock things down anymore. The description says it inflicts Thunderblight, which is pretty good. I mean, I wouldn't know because I don't. The cats I use don't have that. I focus for cats that have traps, just because the traps are so good. They just put them down, And like if the monster lands in it, it's a good free bit of like it's a free combo pretty much. Especially if it's the poison one, because the poison by itself does what around 200 at least. I don't know if I would want them to bring back Prowler. Prowler was okay. I think the biggest problem it had was that it was kind of boring because the move sets were so limited. Like all of the like uh planning and like hard stuff about Prowlers was actually making a good cat, like getting good skills on it and everything. Like the actual gameplay for it was kind of boring. I mean, I guess you could say it was more or less the same as like gunner gameplay for like piercing big boomerangs, but like eh, I don't know. I didn't like prowlers. Although I did always have massive respect for people who did uh like high level deviant hunts or like uh event fatalis hunts with prowler and did like perfectly fine with them. Like a mad respect for those kind of people. Uh yeah, no. I would rather them just put all their efforts on trying to make all the weapons more or less on the same level power wise in the next game than bringing in a new weapon, which you know it's gonna be broken. Like, new stuff is always broken when they first introduce it in Monster Hunter. Like, I'd kind of rather. Although, if they do reintroduce water, I think it would be cool for them to introduce like a spring loaded or something polearm, like a harpoon. Because I want just an actual polearm weapon. Because just on a yeah, it's kind of weird. Yeah, Rise. I mean, I think it's very obvious that Rise is like very, very unfinished right now. But I do think it's weird that there isn't even an event quest tab yet. It's kind of weird. Yeah, I'm pretty sure every other Monster Hunter had at least like those filler quests. That's like, oh hey, here's this high rank small monster quest since we didn't have it in like the regular high rank quest, you know? Like yeah, it's very obvious that they wanted to put the game out early. And it's just like, title updates, this is what we wanted to do, but yeah. Can't really blame them. It's not like the programmers set the deadlines, but like, eh. What in the world was talking about? Next song? Yeah. Oh yeah. I was saying, if they do introduce a new weapon, like if they bring back water, I would want it to be a harpoon, so that we have an actual polearm weapon, and that it would uh thematically be appropriate with adding water back in, because uh you know it would be a harpoon in the water, duh. Uh, you'd be able to shoot it so that with extra mobility, would add some depth to it. Um, yeah, I just think it's weird that a game specifically about hunting doesn't have spears of any kind. Like, we have lances, but it's one of the only times in Japanese media that lances are actual lances and not spears. Uh, some of the long swords can be like halberds and stuff like that, but you still don't really thrust with them with most attacks. Uh, yeah, I just think it's weird. Because, like humans, mankind's first hunting weapons, the very first one is rock. But, we kind of have that covered with hammer. And I guess bowguns just throwing rocks. But, like just sharp stick that you throw and or poke things with. Like one of the most primitive, simple, like staple hunting tools. I think it's strange that we don't have that as a weapon. I don't know. Maybe I'm weird for thinking that way. No big rock weapon. Well, do I have good news for you? Have you looked at the Gas Harag hammer? It's literally just a giant frozen rock. It looks absolutely ridiculous. Uh, it's so good though. It's so good. Grug, grug, smash. Grug, big rock. Grug. Kill. Grug. Smash. Yeah, maybe I don't know, maybe I am weird for thinking for like equating hunting with spears. I don't know, I don't think that's that weird though. Spear thing is a good point. Yeah, from a gameplay standpoint, I think they would have to do something like adding, maybe doing something like vials, maybe doing something like bullets, so that uh actually maybe, yeah, they'd probably do something like vials or like gun lance shells to like launch it out. But as I was saying that, maybe they take the oil system from Sword and Shield and apply it to that, because then it would kind of be like a needle, like applying the oil and injecting it. Maybe it'd kind of be like a venom kind of thing. Maybe all of that together. I don't know. I have a strong feeling that they would have to include like some kind of resource, because uh, they probably think that if they don't include some kind of resource, that it'd be too simple, too samey to everything else. Yeah, maybe oils. Oils would be cool on Spear. Just name it something else, obviously, and not have the same exact oils that are in Gen. Um, yeah, some kind of combination of that, of vials, shells, and or oils would probably make them at least consider a harpoon slash spear kind of weapon. Probably. Alright, it is officially 4 a.m. where I am, so I should probably end the stream. Wow, yeah. Wow, it's 4 a.m. on a Sunday night. What are you doing? I am I'm I'm talking about Monster Hunter on online with people. Oh wow, sounds like you had a productive. Yeah, yes, I did have a cool weekend, thanks. Okay. Nah. No, this was enjoyable though. This is cool. This was fun. Um but yeah, I should end it here. Thank you everyone for coming to watch. Thank you lurkers, thank you chatters, thank you viewers. Uh Thanks for coming listening to me talk about Monster Hunter and Yokai. Why, yes, I do spend the entirety of my Saturday nights watching people talk about Monster Hunter on stream. How could you tell? Uh, but yes, thank you everyone for coming to watch. It was fun talking about this. It was fun talking to you guys. Uh, I hope everyone enjoyed it. Anyone lurking, thank you too. Thank you for bearing with me for almost 5 hours of just talking about monsters. Uh, Doing stuff like this is cool. I like world building and things like this. I especially like world building in monster designs because I feel like monsters are one thing that people are too eager to make like too video gamey or just too straight up like, oh, this is an enemy, you know? Like they look at them more like stat blocks than living things. So I think it's cool when video games make a serious approach to try to make them look like living animals that live in an ecosystem rather than just things you have to fight and kill. Uh I might do other streams like this later. I really don't know what other series I could do things like this with though. That's not Monster Hunter. Uh but yeah, thank you everybody. Uh good night, good morning if you're European or like in anywhere else in the world. Good morning, good night, goodbye, and Otsugozu. Then do I have my outro?